enough like flash coming in. Cataphracts, they did dive in. Janissaries are clearing them quite fast though. Numidan, I think he held this quite well. Yeah, the Spirals are still alive. The Sipahi broke him through, and Kilyadi... I think he maybe misread the timing. The Cataphract wave wasn't here. No, he had 5 of them away from the fight. They're coming in now. Maybe they'll be able to clear this up to make it a bit more even Stevens, but military blob mass definitely in favor of Numu after that fight. Apologies, I just realized that we weren't live on one of the platforms, so I had to fix that, hence why I wasn't looking at the screen. But, my god, Numidan, what a fight to do alongside the farm transition. I mean, on the other side of this, we've got Kilyadi still living beyond his means. He doesn't have a single farm to his name. Katas are at least going to try to make this a bit annoying, but look at those health bars. There's not much you can do to be annoying here. Yeah, and to make matters worse, the Sipahi are quicker, so they can actually just chase you down. Nice micro there. Kilyadi intentionally using the trample to get further away. Maybe to save a few lives. But if that one monk has to heal all of them, I wouldn't want to be him. I'll say that much. That's going to be a long, long, long day's work. Still plenty of food up here for Kilyadi. But wait, he's going into Varangian now, and Numidan already has revealed crossbows and continues to do so. That's a curious choice. I wonder why Kilyadi thinks Varangian is the solution. Because if he's up against Janissaries, like actually Varangian do worse than standard men-at-arms against Janissaries because they have more melee armor but not more ranged armor while having less health. But you know, crossbows, Janny, regardless, like, you already have the longbow contingent. I would have expected him to remain Limitane and just realize it was more a timing issue. But maybe that's the concern in Kilyadi's mind, is like, okay, you can't really afford timing issues now, because, like, Numidan, he's got 4 relics, he's playing Ottomans. Imperial Age is just a hop, a skip, and a yump away, and, well, that hop, that skip, that yump, they're going to be short. You can see, he's already got more than enough gold to go. Walls are going up. Numidan is going to be taking us into the 4th age. Whoa, Numidan liking the late game? Whoa, that's crazy. What next? You're going to tell me Kilyadi loves the other game? I guess that's also the interesting thing about these two, right? Is like you've got someone who, I think it's fair to say both these players can play in the other's realm. They're just more happy when it's the other way around. Like, Numidan, I think, is quite content with the idea late game, whereas Kilyadi has shown his disdain for it time and time again. You guys remember the countless times you've watched this guy double down, then triple down on ram timings that just aren't working. Like, he sticks to his guns, he commits for the kill, and looks for the quick ends. And that's interesting. We've got greased axles coming from Kilyadi. What is he up to? Is he going... I mean, this can't just be for Kira Siphons, right? Is he going mangonels against mass crossbows? Because that then feels like an over-answer to a problem. Sipahi are going to be a little bit annoying the farms, but ultimately shut down. Because like the reason why it's an overkill on the problem is like, you know, you've already got longbows to technically deal with the crossbows. Would the mangoes deal with it faster? Sure. I think from his POV, for the Varangian to hit, he knows it's going to probably be running the Cataphract. So like mangoes could make sense to just get rid of that threat quickly so that your Varangian can actually be a viable unit type. They're definitely not a cheap unit type to do like this. Wait. What's he waiting for? There's 19 villagers in here. If he just... Yeah, if he just walks in, just a little bit more Numu. Here you go. Knock on the door. It's got the fortitude as well. Also, keep in mind that this cavalry unit, you could not repair walls against it. It's impossible. Because if you come over to repair, and Numidan's paying attention, he can stab you through the wall. Let's see if he realizes. Numu. The repair crew has started. And there you go. Just start stabbing him. There's nothing you can do about this. The extra range on Sipahi makes it so easy to stop these repair walls. He has to back away. He's got Spimmer now arriving, so Kilyadi, credit to him, did buy enough time. And the Fortitude was used there, so that's going to be enough to scare him away. Kilyadi does enough to not die to this. That was scary though, man. I think Numu didn't, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't actually activate Fortitude to hit the villagers through the wall, which is unfortunate for him. Probably would have yielded at least 4 kills. But I think he's content with the state of things because Numu is now on his way up towards Imperial. Just, what, about 20 seconds out from doing so. So what does Byzantines do here then? Like, I think this is kind of weird as well because Byzantines for a while has been looking really good in this matchup. For the last week or two, I've been seeing Ottomans get more and more wins on the board. So Istanbul Observatory coming in now. Numu. Is there anything weak about his positioning? I mean, he's definitely outnumbered. Like, there is actually a big concern. Where did Kiliadi get this resource from? I feel like I looked away for 2 moments, and he's up at 130 military. Almost like he's just waiting as well for Numidan to trigger the age up. Maybe he already senses it. Love his positioning as well. Like, he's getting very close to the base. It doesn't put him in an overcommitment point, but it guarantees that if that tech up happens, he has a go time. And castle drop now on the way. It's a gold galore to be secured. Numidan, he is posturing to defend this. And Kiliadi, like, I mean, this should surely be go time, right? Like, you just heard the trigger. It's time to get triggered. Because if you're not fast about this, those elite upgrades are going to kick in. Sweet. Janissary is going to be first for that 30-second timer. The rest of the troop is really not far behind. Numidan stockpiled more than enough gold, and Kiliadi begins the assault. 10 Springles, though. You need to be so on point with sniping these out. Longbows are going to bait the Sipahi out of position. Numidan, a little bit slow to react there. And the Matane are going to come in to scare him off. Yeah, okay. I think the tricky thing here for Numu is, like, obviously you've got these 10 Springles. They're very threatening, but they're defensive units in this formatting. They're not offensive. They're not good at netting kills. Clash comes in. Kiliadi. He knows he can't wait any longer. He just saw the elite hat upgrade coming in Sipahi. Lombos are trying to snipe out the Springles. But Numidan is holding firm. For the moment, anyway. The melee line is starting to thin a bit. He's still got the siege, though. And I think that's where Kiliadi is likely to die here. He just doesn't have enough bodies. He's broke. Forced to retreat. Numidan now able to just pump on the gas. Cavalry riding out to clean up the Lombos. And guys, that should be it, man. I mean, the Great Bombard, I don't really think he mattered that much. He was just a cherry on top of the Vizier point. The 10 Springles were much more substantial there in that engagement. It's a tricky one as well, because like Lombos should be able to counterplay you, but the difference is 0.5 tower range in favor of Springles, which means you have to essentially get into the melee line to be able to counterplay them. Now Kiliadi kind of in shambles. I mean, he's got access to extra gold, but you know, the way he played this game, the reason why he went all in is just look at his farm count. He never prepped the farms properly, right? He played the map looking for an all-in timing, only got up to 23 groves. It wasn't like he was getting ready, insuling himself for that never-ending late-game economy. You could tell that in classic Kiliadi fashion, he wanted it, and he wanted it now. 12 springs. Oh, this Civ, man. Only 28 siege pop, but just feels ridiculous when you see it's 12 Springles. That's the thing. Remember, they're only 2 pop, so it's not like, you know, we see this count. If it was mangoes instead, you'd be up at like, what, 40, right? Kind of picture frame it. Remember, these are like melee mangoes when you think about it. Great Bombard siege begins. Kiliadi is going to step up with the boys, but I don't see how this works, right? Like, how do you brute force the Great Bombard? He's repairing the castle for the time being. The Spy now diving in. Are going to idle him out. And with only 9 spearmen against 42 Sipahi. I don't know how you're ever meant to win against them. You've already got a group rotating around the back. 13 of them are raiding into the farms. There's no one at home to defend the roost. Numidan will show you just how good Ottos can be, man. We're back on historical track. Ottomans beating the Byzantines. Of all the places to raid. Oh, you can just taste the salty tears. Came for the farms, will stay for the landmark. Oof. What a rough one. Alright, I was trying to organize a show match. I don't know if we're going to be able to make that happen. I don't know. I contacted some of the boys, but like I think the thought is with EGC going on, it would have to be a fairly desirable prize pool offering. Unfortunately. Oh, well, really cool game there. Let's see. What else did I set up on the agenda? Oh my god, dude, it's so hot. My mental right now is like almost a clunk my head and fall asleep. Like, you know, mentality, you know what I mean? Calling these ranked multiplayer games pub games is so cringe. That might be the dumbest comment I've read all day. Wait, what do you mean? The ranked multiplayer games being called pub games is so cringe. It's literally what they are. Maybe, like, you're new to online gaming, but multiple scenes would call these pub games because they're public games. And it's a competitive game as well. It's not like we go, yo, let's go for some Minecraft pub games. You're talking about a literal game where people compete for money and is esports focused. What? All right, that's... Anyway, next up, let's see. Where are we at? Got too many tabs, dude. Why doesn't it put all the same browser tabs together? That's the weird one to me. Oh, by the way, also something that has remained true through 2024 and 2025. Cringe is most definitely still the most overused word in content creation. And it hurts me. Doesn't make sense to you. Like, why? I'm confused why it wouldn't make sense to you. Pub as in public games. It's like pretty straightforward, no? Like, you know, like, can we, other words for cringe, right? Let's actually try to fix this. Although it's probably cringe to even try and fix this. Wince? No, that doesn't really have the same hit. Recoil, hesitate, tremble. No, these are all... I think grimace is the word I think of when I think of cringe, but it doesn't work. For you, pub has a totally different meaning, and you should probably attend an AA meeting about that. But, like, for most, pub games means public matches. It's got to be a better word. Or maybe we just stop using it as a filler word. I think on live streaming platforms, the use of the word cringe has become on par with a Liverpoolian using the word like. Diabolical? Diabolical and cringe are completely different. Diabolical is like evil, disgusting, or whatever. Like, whereas cringe is like, like, cringe is meant to show extreme feeling of discomfort, I guess is one way to think of cringe. Anyway, give me a second. I'm quickly going to check the live on the ladder, see who's up for what. pubs, a place where you can buy drinks. There you go. You got it. I don't know. There's some of those where like it perplexes me. Like, I think my favorite one I've encountered in AoE4 is people going like, "Why do you keep referring to things as Zerging when not StarCraft?" Like, because it's a literal like term wider than StarCraft. It's like when people say fragging, but they're not watching an Unreal tournament. It's like, it's kind of, fragging is acceptable as well in a lot of games for kills. I don't know, is there anyone who doesn't know what Zerging is at this point, I wonder? I feel like it's a wider term than just StarCraft these days. Yes, it began there. But like, spreading terms is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Especially if it's like identifiable with the majority and can be explained easily to the rest. Like, I think a perfect example of this in my mind is, and I am looking for a live game, see if there's any, is win condition. I love the win condition. So when I started in Dota 2, there was this idea coming around Dota 2 of, what's the win condition of this, like, this team comp? Like, how do they win the game? And it came from Blitz. Blitz Dota was the one who came up with that. And he came up with that because he was really into Hearthstone. So it wasn't even like a Dota term. It was actually from a completely different game. And I just accidentally, dusting off my laptop, closed everything in the most annoying way possible. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's a lot of terms that are cross-relatable. I mean, you always have people in the audience that don't understand, but like, that's why you work into it, right? It's why I still find it like hilarious when, oh dude, I feel like I'm on this right now. Acronyms, right? In AoE4, because one or two people seem to be obsessed with it at the moment. They've obsessed me. It reminds me of like when you look at poker and you've got like game optimal theory, right? Which gets called, was it game theory optimal? Sorry, it was GTO. And like, the way they make it understandable for someone who doesn't like dive into poker that deep is they occasionally say it by one and then say it by the other, and that's how you do it. That's so clenchy. There you go. I mean, I think that reminds me of one of my favorite terms for like a tight series or close series or worrisome series. We call it squeaky bum time. Squeaky bum time is a classic. So I guess we can check in on, should we go Scatterbrain versus Sword Off? Let's do that. I like some Knights Templar. Why is it so freaking hot? Dude, I've got the door open, the window open. I just still feel like I'm going to die of heat. I'm still reluctant to the idea of going into London. Yeah, I'm going to have to suck it up, aren't I? Alright, let's get ready to go. Completely new map, completely new civs. Welcome back to the channel, folks. That's exactly how I like it. That's right, we have got Knights of Cross and Rose clash here with Lancaster versus Knights Templar. We're checking in on sort of the Swede, talented from StarCraft 2, trying to rise up through the Age of Empires 4 ranks again. Is encountering a little bit of a rising star here, actually. Scatterbrained has been carving out a name for himself. He's been doing pretty well. Hasn't had any ridiculous stand-up performance like some people such as CSO and Atant, but I think Scatterbrain is on the verge, man. He's been I think the newest generation of players kind of coming through, and I've been impressed by his rate of progress in the 1v1s. Map is going to be Enlightened Horizon. I promise something new, and it is going to be an interesting one to see, because like Knights Templar, it almost feels like this map was made for Knights Templar. Conceptually, like the idea of these sacred sites anyway, and like this long voyage that you must guard them on the way. But the way it's actually played out, this map makes more sense actually for like House of Lancaster, Ottomans, Japanese, because of how good they are at playing the Dark Age aggro. But we have got sort of participating in that. He's already got the first spearman out. In a weird way, Knights Templar aren't too bad at spear spamming. They're not the best for sure by any measurement, but the thing that's kind of nice that makes them decent-ish is that by gathering wood, you're getting food as well, right? So you're kind of balancing your economy as you're prepping the wood for spearmen towards getting more spears anyway. Oh, thank you, thank you. Can you ask me something about sponsoring KPMM or other events you run? Sure. Like, do you want to ask it publicly, or is this like inquiry thing behind the scenes? Either or. Easily reachable on Discord. Always looking for more funding to run more tournaments or improve the existing ones. Yeah, I'm working my butt off to get a deck together to see if we can actually like rapido some sponsors in for KPMM too, as we are only a month away. You'd think I'd take more of a holiday after 31 weeks of non-stop, but I've got something wrong with me. Anyway, Scatterbrain looks like sort of the one with something wrong with him on the count right now. Yeah, he's getting outnumbered. He also got a really weird spawn here, but it actually worked out perfectly for this Civ. Yeah, think about the logic, right? When you play with Knights Templar, the optimal play is meant to be to, you know, kind of like racks drop and then stay in the area, chopping trees. Long term, I think this is good. Short term, I think this one actually hurt him, though, because think about what happens. He didn't build on the merchant camp, so his capture time was worse than House of Lancasters. Yeah, so he got a little bit less resource in that regard. He started getting the 15-15-15 pump later than his opponent. What is interesting to me is how scammed this spawn is, by the way. According to the minimap, these are thin tree lines. And then for some reason, like, sort of got a third tree line in his base, basically. Whereas Scatterbrain's comparative one is over here. So, yeah, a little bit weird. Did the sponsorships all go towards the pool, or do you take something to the events? So typically with like the KPMMs, it's mostly just pushed towards funding the prize pool. There's some budgeting that we try to get in place for like asset production and admining and etc. etc. But like, I definitely can say that with KPMM 1, you know, there was a lot of extra costs that I was paying out of pocket in the end that just weren't covered because we put most of it towards the prize pool. Spear spam coming in though. And the scout. Oh, he gets away with that. Yeah, but unfortunately, he's just dove into production. So Scatterbrain will be able to stabilize and push him away. A good idea there by sort of just, I think maybe a bit too close to the sun. Gets him burnt to a crisp. Yeah, so his boys have to run away. Heavy injuries on both sides. But yeah, in terms of... Pause that thought. More spears coming through. I think that's the refresher sort of needs to kill him. Yeah, Scatterbrain behind by 3 now. But look at what's happening economically. Scatterbrain is actually not far off of teching up. He just needs to push some people into gold. Might just keep playing long spears until he's there. But that does give sort of a better time to catch up now. But yeah, also the other things like it can go to improving when we have more funding is like obviously we can do other things on top of KPMM potentially to fill the calendar. But then there's also things like being able to pay people to come and guest cast is a cool thing that I wanted to do. But the budgeting isn't there for. And then there's like other things we can add to the show to make it worthwhile. In general, like being able to increase the prize pool also means that we can actually disperse more money amongst more players instead of keeping it a little bit tighter and smaller in terms of count. It also just allows you to ask more of the players, right? Like, hey, what if we done double Elan? Oh, I don't know about that, KP. We have $1,000 a week now. Okay, KP. And okay, sort of. We may be getting a bit ambitious with this reach. What? It's a Knights Hospitalier game. I wasn't expecting this. Hospitalier, why though? Against House of Lancaster, is that really beneficial? Considering that your men-at-arms have less health against ranged units, right? Because they have less ranged armor. What a curious idea. Was he maybe worried that it was Abbey of Kings from Scatterbrain? Because I don't think actually sort of ever pushed in quick enough or you know deep enough to see the Lancaster castle. So potentially this is his reaction to his opponent having healing, or him assuming his opponent would have healing. Why did devs hate berry civs on this map? What do you mean? Look, you got berries right there. Just walk, lol. It's a better gathering rate. Stop being lazy. You know, I don't know why you're blaming devs, Faye. Maybe if you and all the other pro players actually bought their villagers sandals to walk faster, it wouldn't be a problem. Spear upgrade just came in, which might be a problem, sort of. Yep, his is right there. And we do have the first of the Hospitalier queued up. He will be able to heal up, and that's going to be a difference maker in favor of him here. But I will say this, in the simplest way possible, Hospitaller are weird. They did get a buff, by the way, elsewhere now. Remember, you essentially get like a mini wheelbarrow plus extra health. You always got the health. They added the walking speed effect in their most recent patch in Season 11, which also applies to Pilgrims. They also get little Nikes, up from 0.75 to 0.83. Sort of. Can he actually use the healing, or does he just not bother? Men-at-Arms are going to take the lead. They've got the 2 melee armor. And yeah, he pulls back intentionally. wait, no, but the Pilgrim! The Pilgrim! Heal him! Oh, come on, sort of. I thought you were a StarCraft 2 pro. Where's the micro? Come on, man. You're meant to save their lives. I'm waiting for the comment about him playing Protoss. I'm sorry, sort of. I love you. That was a bit unfortunate, though, because that would have been an easy clutch save with the healing and then just like let them run by. Instead, Scatterbrain gets what he wants. I mean, he probably still would have killed the Pilgrim, but if you heal it, it keeps the Spearman attacking into the Pilgrim for like another 4 or 5 seconds, I reckon, which would have been enough time to probably like net enough 3-4 Spearman kills at least. Looks like he's going to approach now. We do have the Lancaster Castle up. Now, I've experimented with a build when Lancaster was first released, actually, and it's a Hospitaller Ram Rush. You keep spamming the Hospitaller, you build into a Ram, and then you dive with it onto the Lancaster Castle. And anytime something gets targeted by the Lancaster Castle, you heal it with your boys, and then you continue to burn. It's a cool idea, and I think it actually could work really well here, because Scatterbrain did not build any manners. The reason it's not going to work is because Scatterbrain is already on his way towards Castle. And how did he get away with that? He snuck all the way out unnoticed. That's pretty freaking wild, actually. Completely unseen. You see the impact of the Gandalfs, right? I call them Gandalfs because they have the... This is Gandalfing. Only it's you shall pass. Actually, I guess it's you shall not pass the afterlife. So yeah, he could actually just go deeper. But I think he just wants to secure the area, get rid of the racks, remove the threat. Now it's going to be annoying as Scatterbrain has to reproduce the racks to keep his plan of Olsgard alive. We have had a game of Ring of Roses. At this stage, for sort of alarm bells should be going off, but no. Instead, he just keeps building more Hospitaller. But now what? Because Olsgard, I guess you need quite a few to kill, actually. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool. Sort of has an interesting advantage here for a while. As Hospitaller, to get enough dagger throws to kill, you're going to need like, what, 9, I think? 8 or 9. Otherwise, they can kind of chain heal through. And they're tanky enough by default, right? 140 HP, 2 ranged armor. One interesting idea, and he's actually beating the Olsgard. They never respect the Gandalfing. Sort of a bit off on the micro, is going to lose a single spear there. Meanwhile, the raid is going to come in from the Ronin, which, remember, there was a little bit of a ride by. Scatterbrain was able to capture that. But do you just tech up now? Because, like, it looks like sort of is just going to keep doing this. Are Hospitaller worse men-at-arms, but with healing? Yes. They're less tanky is the idea. Well, they are and aren't less tanky, right? Because a standard men-at-arms is, I believe, 125 HP in Feudal Age. They're 140. It's like, technically, the argument that they're not as tanky isn't true. And they're a little bit quicker than standard men-at-arms at 1.19 movement speed. Like, Hospitaller overall are decent units, I think. The problem often and why we don't see them is it's very difficult to scale them quick enough to be meaningful. That's why this map, I guess, in his mind was a blessing, right? It's because of like the extent of Dark Age that can occur. Anyway, the Gandalfing continues. And this is the thing, like, men-at-arms fights are really slow, guys. So you can target heal. You can target heal. You can target... He's just going to A-click him out of it. So why isn't he target healing? The problem with target healing is it's really clunky to do. Ideally, Hospitaller would be really strong if there was just a button to disable attacking, so that you could tell them to just heal instead. But there isn't. So most of the time, you just see the circle jerk when they're not fighting. Wow, look at that! A full HP! Oh my god, these things. 22 Hospitaller. It just feels like nothing can kill them if sort of wanting to optimize this. And he's getting ready for the castle up, which means they're going to get a lot more tanky. With better DPS and better armor. On top of more health. Do I need to continue? What's the range on these daggers? Oh, it's just 6.5 tower range. He has finally found the white tower. Whoops. Imagine if he went with Castile. No, he's not going to do it. That would be dumb. It's just never good enough. I think we're probably going to be seeing him just go for Genoese. Because the other interesting thing about Hospitaller that makes them a lot more spammable for Knights Templar on the late game than Men-at-Arms is they are primarily gold-based. 60 gold, 50 food. So if you actually are able to keep pilgriming and scaling pilgriming, Mass Hospitaller is a cool win condition and can be an effective one. Why not making crossbows? What, for Scatterbrain? Because he thinks he can just brute force this. Crossbows are really slow. You wouldn't be able to dive with them at all. But yeah, the other thing about Genoa that's really worrisome for Scatterbrain is like, what's to stop sort of now from just going Genoese Crossbowmen? Genoese Crossbowmen are actually a good counter to Elsgard. Because unlike crossbows, there's only a 0.5 tile difference between dagger throw and crossbow bolt. And the dagger throw animation is so long that the crossbowman can actually gap close. Yeah, sort of just kind of feels like he sort of has the answers. Has to be respectful of the Elsgard daggers, by the way, because one by one he can get a kill now. And does he have a backup Rax? Yes, he does. Okay, so he's safe. He can get the veterancies. And there it is. That plus the Genoese Crossbowmen immediately get queued. Needs 30 seconds here. Rax on the front side definitely feels destined to go down. And Scatterbrain is using the map to pick up relics, so he's getting something out of this. The Pilgrims are caught out of position there. Yeah, sort of. He had to wait. He still actually doesn't have the veterancy, so technically this is a bit of a rough fight, but it's Gandalfin time! Look at the hill! The focus fire is just not there, and the upgrades just came in. Boom! All of a sudden, double the armor he had previously. And this is what we meant by the less tanky in some ways, right? Like, Hospitaller have got more health than a standard Men-at-Arms, but they do pay the price in armor for it. And unfortunately, for Hospitaller in this matchup, they actually don't have the movement speed advantage either. Elsgard are miraculously quicker Men-at-Arms for reasons we shall not disclose. The lead on the development is actually secretly from Lancaster. Wait, did he just not kill in one shot? I don't think he used every single one, but that's kind of rough, man. Can't even kill one measly little guy in a hood with a gajillion daggers? Are you a joke? And he's switching crossbowman now. Ooh. Yeah, but your opponent has a lead already on Genoesians. I like how I said Genoesians as if I'm watching a Star Wars Clone Wars movie. I mean, the Genoans are going to be pretty effective here as well. Remember, they're 21 base, an extra 9 against melee. So yeah, it only takes 6 shots from full HP to kill an Elsgard. Genoa crossbow shields look cool. I think they're actually one of the coolest looking units in the game. It is kind of comical, like, how the shield doesn't really do anything, but they're still pretty cool. It would have been cool to have seen some sort of interesting mechanic where, like, when the shield is, like, faced away, it gives more armor, right? So, like, flank attacks are less effective. But I think that would be way too good. Especially in the way that ranged combat is played in Age of Empires, where you start a step. Like Pavis, not really Pavis necessarily. I think one suggestion I made to the devs was like, when it looked like Genoese Crossbowmen were just kind of a joke because people only got it for the gold from the Pilgrims, one recommendation I made is giving them a deploy ability that they could unlock maybe in Imperial Age, where they wouldn't be able to move. It'd be like a very long setup, kind of like the setup time of a Trebuchet in Age of Empires 2. But it would put them up to like 7 tar range and slightly improve their attack speed. But at that point, they're kind of just deployed, like a siege tank. Who's winning this game right now? I mean, Scatbrain has a surprisingly scary size on his army. But he needs to actually kill things. He needs to actually... No, please kill things. Oh my god, the daggers. He only got 1 kill with that. He tried to split the damage. And it just doesn't work against these. Look at the healers. It's all about the crossbowmen, folks. These guys are just tanks. They're Reinhardt and Mercy built into one. The dagger throw attempt. Just look at the health bars. This is the ugly thing as well. Like, every time you take a fight and walk away, it gets worse. Because your bar looks like this, and every single one of his units will go from this to this. Hey, why don't you turn around and fight us? Come on. Take a stab at us. Oh, that's the thing as well. He switched crossbows so he can't run away anymore. Gandalf continues. Hold! We shall pass go. We shall collect 200 pounds. Oh my god. And there's the appropriate reference there because he's definitely going to be turning into Monopoly Man. He's gathering the stone already. He's getting ready for the castle drops. It's actually so cool to see this unit winning a game. Because it truly has just looked like a meme unit. And here's truly scattered 4 SB's thought process here. Like, what does he do? Overwatch is known to kill games? Uh-oh. I mean, well, like, why would you say such a thing? There's no way in which Overwatch and HOTS and Blizzard and all those things can impact Age of Empires 4. That would require, like, the publisher to be the same company. Owned by the same company. Wait a second. Wait, why is he setting the crossbows on their own? Huh? Oh, because he wants to guard the stone. I guess this is kind of okay. It's only 9 Earl's Guard. They'll actually die if they get caught. Yeah, the crossbowman, the first impact is just so good here as well. Next season Overwatch AoE4 crossover. Yo, like, you say that as if it would be a bad thing. I actually think that the crossovers that Blizzard done in the past between, like, Overwatch and Here's the Storm help to rejuvenate dying games, actually. Like, they basically cross-pollinated their audiences, right? It's not a long-term solution, it's a temporary patchwork, but it was a smart idea to re-inflate the games for a bit. Okay, so castle's up. And Scatterbrain... Wait. Remember, he doesn't have the tech to make Hobilars just like insta-kill range units. And on top of that, Genoese Crossbowmen are more tanky crossbowmen. The other thing to also remember is that Genoese Crossbowmen are one of the best units at leveraging the desert outposts. He goes up to 6.9 tar range, which is pretty damn nice. Oh no, not like this. The Spimmin lit it in. Let it begin. Let it never end. There's just no easy running away. The men-at-arms are quicker even when they're not charging. Hobilars are going to try to sneak in. I think maybe Sort of wants to slow this down now. Yeah, because you almost want to try to edge the fight so that Genoese Crossbowmen are always participating. Apparently not. He's just going to body him more. And we do have a dive into the base. Oh, wait, yeah. I mean, the worker kill's not too high at the moment. I think he had 1 or 2. Most of these kills are Pilgrims so far. And now another castle drop coming in. I'm struggling to see the plan here for Scatterbrain, man. He's completely given up on the Earlsguard. He's now switching into Knights. And I get where he's come from. Like, Genoese Crossbowmen don't get bonus damage against Knights. Yes, that's true. But If there's enough of them, does it matter? Because that's the problem you now have, is like there's 26 Genoese Crossbowmen. If they all shoot one knight, before damage reduction, that's going to be over 400 damage. Even with damage reduction, you're still going to be nowhere near surviving that bolt flurry with knights, right? They're 230. So I think he needs quite a lot of bulk here in a game where he's now only making those mana transitions, right? He's up to 6 with more coming in finally. But just, it feels as if sort of is getting a lot more out of this time where they're not attacking each other. Double fortress drop coming in. Hoblars are going to be knocking the door. We'll have some spearmen prepped in position to try and deal with that. Yeah, smart as well. I think a lot of people forget that they can actually build a castle here as Knights Templar at the back of their base. Like, so often we see them just focus on the center of the map to secure the pilgrims. But just important to have that underlying economy safe. Oh, we should have done the keep prediction again of how many keeps do people think they're going to see. It's a popular minigame. You've still got it set up from last time, right, Faplop? Slam that boy up. The real reason why Knights Templar is people's favorite Civ to watch. Gamba. So, ball gathering now from Scatbrain. We're going to go with how many castles will there be when the game ends? That's how we keep it interesting, because now you're like, ooh, this sort of win or lose this. Flash coming in. He's kind of frontlining with the crossbow right now, weirdly enough. Scatbrain, this looks like a reasonable clash. Looks like a reasonable clash. Oh my god. As soon as I said that, 5 horses just dropped dead. I don't know, I thought maybe the swords wouldn't be as impactful, but I think the other problem as well is like you're diving into this armor field. Remember, the thing that he got his hands on Desert Citadels, which isn't just now the ranged increase, he got his hands on the armor increase as well. He'll keep it nice and low, like 15 forts. Yo, Faye, your game the other day against CSO, how many keeps do you think he built maximum? No one's voting 8 or more. Really, on this map, I wouldn't be so sure. 4th one now coming in. He's just locking him out of rotational potential. Knights have at least snuck through in the meantime. Smart idea from Scatbrain. A lot of people do just rush to this corner goal because it's 8k in a corner that you can kind of wall. In fact, I think Scatbrain at this point is projecting because he's already started to do the same thing. So 12 in game, that's counting dead ones? Yeah, we didn't count the dead ones. So in that game, I believe, and Chow, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the record was either 7 or 8. I believe it was 8 for CSO. Most people will just stop at 8 because 8 is the optimal count to get max pilgrims, folks. You can only get 10 pilgrims per rotation. And you get 2 of them out of these decks. Nice. Oh, Scatbrain, we'll just dive in. Did he kill 1 worker? I think he maybe got 1, if that. But pretty expensive on the Knights, right? Like, pretty much losing the entire bulk there. Then again, maybe he doesn't care, because Scatbrain, he's getting ready for Imperial Age. Classic move out of Lancaster when everything else fails. The thing that always won't. Wingard. He's going to Wingardium Leviosa his way up to age 4 now. And this is just such a powerful landmark as well, the spear spam. Spears are going to be interesting here, though, considering your opponent has just got the healer boys. I actually think that the Hospitalier is a perfect answer to spear spam, because you just stand there healing when they fight you. The problem in this game for Sorov is, and why he can't just rely on it wholly, is that his opponent can just go into the cannons, right? The Robotiquins are your nightmare if you're playing Hospitalier. And sort of, is he really just pivoting straight into Rule of Templars Knights Brothers? He's going 2 TC. His farm count is not out of this world. He's sitting at 17 farms currently, which is a little bit light. And the keep drops now coming in. Remember, for Scatbrain, if he does go back to Earlsguard, that's going to buff him up, but For him to even entertain that idea, he needs the crossbowmen gone. What about Demon Lancers? Demon Lancers are just, like, not as valuable without the King's College. Because you can't get the plus heavy damage, right? And, like, why would you really want to build Demi Lancers, which are low base damage units, into Hospitalier that will heal? It just doesn't really make much sense. Right, folks. Sort of needs to choose. Am I teching up or am I going in? He's got Sacred Sight on lock, so he could just kind of keep mounting pressure here. But remember, sort of, we mentioned already, like the farm count is only 17. That's not a late game economy. So you're not really at a point where you can just keep hurling units into the abyss. The China KT game is not CSO. Are you sure about that? The guy spent the entire game just building knights until the very end. Which sounds like the most CSO thing I could ever imagine. Put a name out there, Baltoon, or we're going to assume it's you. Actually, it could have been... Sorry, that was a bit dodgy. He fits the profile. Baltoon just tried to kill my microphone. That man likes his knights too. Dive in, Lancaster Castle almost goes down, but sort of is just going to back away. Yeah, no surprise. He's not really at a point where he can break in. And sort of, I'm kind of heartbroken, man. I think we're done with Hospitalier. All are going to come in as it looks like sort of is trying to sneak in the back. He is starting to stockpile now, so I assume we're going to be seeing an age up coming in soon. Just makes sense. Like, you can't really rely on the fortresses anymore now that your opponent has got culverins. You're going to start losing them. And Trebs are looking to do the same the other way. Oh, Horseman did break in. Oh my god. Wait. Look at the queue. Look at the queue. We've got a heist. Sorf's prepping the monks. He's going to try to snatch these away. Damn, that's kind of dirty. I mean, he's bringing over the Demi-Lancers now. So he did just bulk a few to have some sort of line of defense, but that monastery is gone. And now with the reinforcements here, just sort of... has sort of got them on the way yet? I don't know where the monks are. They're not showing up. Meanwhile, there's going to be a dive up here. Castle now looking undefended. Torches coming out. Double covering to spam through. And this is sort of his own fault. He sent the entire army down to try and secure the relics. But as a result, now doesn't have them in position to protect his eco line. Oh boy, Scatterbrained. If he can cut off these sacred sites, removes the threat of the win condition, and also just stops the gold that sort of's relying on to just give him options at this stage in the game. One more pilgrims now on the way. Spears are going to be able to just jump on top of the trebuchets while in the meantime sort of jumps into the back of the base. Let's find the farms, so that's going to idle Scatterbrained out a little bit, but remember, this is a guy who has got 9 manas. You can never truly stop him from getting the bread. Okay, so what does sort of now do? Because I do think he has some issues he needs to solve, right? He's adding in spears, not great. Men-at-Arms, I think, is kind of okay. It's just a tankier version of the Hospitalier now. The thing about Hospitalier, and this is another reason why it kind of falls off, by the way, they're really good in the early game if you can find scale. They really suck once you convince your opponent he needs range units. You can't heal something that gets shot dead, right? Focus Fire ruins the healing strat a lot. And that's why we've just seen him steer mostly away from him now, right? Like maybe you have a few because you might get raiding, but it's not really your reliable win strat. Is he gonna tech up? Like, sort of, come on. You've got a 30 villager lead, man. Please tell me he's at least adding more farms. Okay, he's up to 31 now, so he's getting there. He's diving from the troopers. He is drawing more and more spears over, but like that's perfect. Genoese Crossbows will beat the spearmen. We've even just got the healing. Remember, we said this is the worst case scenario for Scatterbrained, because they can just chain heal through this. Although he is a little bit split, so eventually he's being brought down. Does he just stick Genoese Crossbowmen? It is the answer, actually, to, like, almost everything? Yeah. Guys, think about it. We know it beats Spearmen, but it also beats Robotiquins. Because Robotiquins can't reach you, and Robotiquins have melee armor, not ranged. So 21 base is pretty damn effective. Okay, this is kind of sick. I mean, if he rocks us into Imperial Age and continues this trend, I think this might be the first game I've truly seen won by Genoese crossbows in the late game. Usually they can be part of the process, but they're never the in-game solution. I want you guys to think about this choke point, and if you had just enough of these Hospitalaire, you'd never lose a single one. But I think now he's overstayed his welcome. The other awkward thing about Genoese Crossbowmen, and you just can't kite them. They're 1.06 movement speed, so the valiant last stand comes in from the boys, led by the Hospitalaire captain to their death. And it wasn't even enough time to get sort of an age up. Yeah, he still hasn't pulled the trigger. How long has he been in the castle now? Hasn't Scatterbrain been imp for like 4 or 5 minutes now? Wait. Scatterbrained? Oh no. Oh no. Teutonic honors all the way. Okay, so he's sending out a monk. The army isn't here, so I think he gets the decap, but that's absurd. That could have backfired so easily with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. The Scatterbrained should have the capacity to eliminate the win condition because sort of not pulling anything. Instead, he's tugging himself up into the fourth phase. And this is becoming a little bit rarer, actually. I don't remember the last time I cast a Teutonic Order game. Reminder, this gives you access to the chunky Teutonic Knights, as well as guaranteeing more melee armor for all gold-based units, which is really smart with Hospitalaire or just men-at-arms against Spearmen. Makes you almost unkillable. Looks like Scatterbrain is going to try to punish him for the tech up. We'll march in. Military Academy just completed. Sort's going to need a lot more troops, though. The healer boys, they're working their asses off here. But they're just a little bit too outnumbered. The spears are eventually going to break through. Crossbow target fire's coming in. The Genoese crossbowmen get baited onto the trebuchets instead because they need to try and protect them, but the spearmen have already done the damage there. Scatterbrain currently is not attacking the castle, though, and it does have the boiling oil. So over time, this army's health bar is collectively just shrinking. Piece by piece. Got some warlord attempts. Sort of will have to move away. That's a bit of a panic. He ends up losing the horseman. Whoops. Wait, why did it take this long? The monk idea, come on. This was planned out like 3 minutes ago, and it never happened. Firstly, Teutonic Knights is going to be on the way soon. Reminder that they are really, I'm looking for that, really slow. But really hard to kill. Yeah, especially for a mass spearman strat. And remember, Teutonic Knights, the interesting thing about them is they are almost entirely gold-based. 100 gold to 80 food. That's pretty nuts for a Civ that gets over 2,000 passive gold at this stage of the game when maxed out. And that's scary because, like, Scatterbrain, I mean, he's already lost mass on this dive. He's trying to remax into Spearmen. The only advantage Spearmen are going to have over the Teutonic Knights is that they can move faster. No, don't give me that. It's not the shields that weigh them down. It's definitely the helmet. It's the absolutely huge, shiny helmets at the end of that very long body. I mean, just look at the size of the thing. No, actually, to be honest with you, the main thing that holds down the Teutonic Knights, that really makes them so slow, that overwhelms them, is the painful starts they experience in Europa Universalis 4 every single game. Man, that Civ is so trash. Anyway, we have got only a few as a support mechanism to give the debuff. It's mass archers. And what? Scatterbrain, I mean, he doesn't know yet, right? He just saw it, but he hasn't cancelled this. He's going into hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers that will struggle against archers due to the range difference. In range difference, there's already huge 5.75 versus the 4, but remember, he can get it better with silk bowstrings as well. This is the thing about the castles. It really brings archers back into their own for Knights Templar in the late game. Speaking of that castle, looks like the Culverins are going to take it out, though. Maybe not. Oh, that feels rough as well. He forgot to get Iron Clamps. Iron Clamps is really important against Culverin Siege, guys. It reduces damage by 20%. Would have actually saved that castle. And we are seeing Brigandines. Yeah, so this is going to make the light cav really tanky. And that's going to work out perfectly considering that Scatterbrain is pivoted into the hand cannoneers. So, like, archers could already solve that. Gives him even more answers now. Am I the only one underwhelmed by Scatterbrain's position in this game? He's constantly been getting blocked out of resources. There was a keep drop in the north. He's been losing villages left, right, and center to only ever achieve about this as a maximum. I mean, 62 villages at 38 minutes in tells you how grim it's been. And, like, the problem here is, like, because you don't actually have good raw economy, you're not achieving your win condition, which is overwhelming numbers. He's tried to make Lancaster about quality with the hand cannoneers, but really where this Civ thrives is in the trash. They are the trash pandas of Age of Empires 4. Rolling around in their spim and filth. Rolling around in their hobbler filth. Wait, don't the hobblers just die to Archer Teuton? Reminder, these guys have got an aura, which debuffs everyone with -2 armor. That's a pretty big deal for hobblers, considering their advantage is more ranged armor, but their curse is less health. Yeah, you get +1 more ranged armor than standard horsemen, but you, on average, have, I think it's like 20 less health. It's kind of dirty. And archers with incendiary arrows on the way at that. Meanwhile, for the hobby boy, we do not have the gold necessary to go elite tech, because reminder, this usual food wood-based unit is food and gold. Him spamming out the hobblers is actually keeping him from the techs he needs. Wait, really? Do we really need elite army tactics? I get you want to win the game, but come 310 HP, please. Be kind. Scatterbrain has 8 crossbowmen and 9 hand cannoneers. He actually can't kill 16 Teutonic knights. Reminder, they also hit really hard back. 1.38 seconds, and men-at-arms attack speed to hit for 25 damage. That's pre-elite army tactics. Here we go. Clash comes in. Just look at how long it takes to clear them. The size of that army and the underwhelming rate at which they cleared them is baffling. And that's all Hobbelar's dead. More on the way. He did at least get what he needs for the elite tech plus the biology. Sort of now littering in Spearman alongside a Remax into Hospitaller. Really? I wonder why he thinks Hospitaller is like better than just spamming more Teutonic Knights. Maybe it's a resource limitation? Because Teutonic Knights are a lot more expensive, right? They're 80, 100, whereas like Hospitaller are only 50, 60. So it's 110 versus 180. Ready for Hestes. I don't know what happened here. Like, it's like maybe a wall got burnt down, but that's a way too perfectly placed gate on its own. Oh yes, of course. We definitely need core architects on our unkillable fortresses that sit at a very healthy 6,000 HP already. Very reasonable. Yeah, I just want you guys to process that this wasn't an Angevin Empire game, and Angevin Empire games would give 30% more health to those castles. You can vomit a lot now. Hobbies? They are going to go for the backstab rotation. Nice strike as well. Intercepts the new wave of pilgrims. The Sacred Site did just start getting captured, so the timer's going to resume from 10 again. The Scatbrain, it looks like he's prioritizing Yeoman switch now. Yeah, but that... Oh, God, that kind of makes it tricky with the Brigandine Horsemen now. Like, reminder, it's not just normal Horsemen versus Hobilars. It's better Horsemen versus Hobilars. Yeah, it's actually kind of comical how close the ranged armor values are. Raw health as well. Wait, did he cancel Brigandines? I don't think it's applied here, right? Oh, no, No, it hasn't applied. Is Brigandines bugged? I'm not imagining what it does, right? It's bonus armor to cavalry. And he just doesn't seem to be getting any bonus armor from that tech. So Hobilars actually win the fight. He must have cancelled the tech. Easy way to check. He did. Okay, there you go. Yeah, someone went on. He cancelled the tech. Brigandine was taken away. He's re-queued it. Reminder, this is going to make his horseman tanky enough to always win the fights against Hobilar. One side, we have got a dive coming in. It's just the Genoese crossbows, though. A few Teutonic Knights are on the way. Teutonic Knights are terrible, extremely slow. Think of them as a support unit or a tank. Like, what Sorov has done, he's just rippled the effect of the early game. Originally, it was the Hospitalier that were like the tanks and the support unit. And then he switched it into the Teutonic Knights with a different style, where like they are about the tankiness and the aura they exude. Scatbrain with 35 Hobilars. What are these guys meant to do? Oh, I guess they could kill a trebuchet. Yeah, I can't reach a trebuchet. Thank God. I was going to lose my mind if he didn't at least get that kill. We have got the stone walls coming up. So Sorov is trying to leverage an environment where the Teutonic Knights are useful. The problem for him right now is there's just too much movement in the fights, which is what is ultimately making them look really bad. I think they're still trading well for what they are. It's just like when you leave 10 Teutonic Knights against 100 military from Demon Civ, they're going to die. Dive's starting to come in. The Yeoman switch has been fully revealed now, so Sorov realized the full extent. And this time he will be committing into the Brigandine. About 45 seconds out. Horseman count up to 20. Gold is going to get blocked out again. The short bow pull is not going to be good enough from Scatterbrain. So denial of his 8k vein. He still can't access that, which means he cannot afford to go things like hand cannoneers. Hobilar is, of course, cheap enough that it's not going to put him out of business. But Scatterbrain, this is an overextension. Where's the siege? He has nothing to clear the castle, and it's getting him cleaned up here. Yeah, military neck and neck now. Scatterbrain's neck on the line because you can see it sort of is on point with the micro. He keeps target firing the back line, not wasting arrow fire and tanky things like Hobilars. And with the Horseman reveal, the chase is on. There's the armor we're looking for. 10 ranged armor against hand cannoneers. You are offsetting over 25% of their damage. On a 225 HP unit at that as well. Great read by Sorov. And now we're up to 22 Teutonic Knights. Boiling Oil's MVP. I feel like without the Boiling Oil, Sorov would have probably lost the keep way too quickly and lost the game. It is actually a really big deal. It's just interesting the way he's played this, because I haven't really seen many people playing Knights Templar with this type of approach. The early presence of Mass Hospitalier, the switch into Genoese, then across into Teutonic Knights. Just feels like he's on a playground playing with all the toys. Now, all of a sudden, wait, did he... Oh, no. The wall got broke. We've got Horsemen leaking to the back of Scatterbrain's base. Hey, stop shooting me like that. If I ever reach you, you'll die. It's a very big if, but if. I guess movement speed doesn't matter much if your opponent has to come to you, right? Like, we have got Sacred Sites locked in again. New fortresses being built up. Yes, Teutonic Knights have very high damage. They're 25 base. Elite Army Tactics gets them, like, above 30. And then reminder that for every kill they get, they increase their health permanently as well as their damage. So like there's actually a really sick strategy here, but it's way too micro-intensive to be good at most games, where you use Teutonic Knights and Hospitaller, and you just keep healing up a few of them. So that you basically get Teutonic Knights to the point where they've got like 500, 600, 700, 800 health. Always because they can never truly die. And at that point, they're also going to be hitting for like 70, 80 damage. It's really tedious the amount of time you have to invest, but ludicrous if you can pull it off. And that is ridiculous. Did he really just walk in and take out the Wing Guard? Big strike there. Scatterbrain's Remax is going to be slowed down a lot. Remember, Wing Guard is what allows you to just spam out so many spearmen. I'm now up to 36 of them. Didn't we just have someone a few minutes ago being like, they suck so much, they're useless? Okay. How do you stop them from just standing on a sacred site, I guess is my thought now. I don't know if you really can. Scatterbrained. Wait, why is he not maxed out? He's got so much resource in reserve, but the troop mass is kind of underwhelming. Sink Shot is extremely underwhelming, actually, against the Teutonic Knights. The only reason Scatterbrained isn't dead is because the Yeoman can't really be reached. But guys, like, this is Brigandine Horseman. He will get reached. If it's not by them, it'll be by the Genoese Crossbowmen that can somewhat just Gatling into you, right? It's 6-star range versus 7.5, but when you fight near the castles, yeah, they do pretty well for themselves. Because he also got the Cranaquins. Look at the tower range. He's only 0.03 range less than Yeoman, which is why Yeoman are clearly OP. You know what I think would be more fitting for Teutonic Knights? They should T-pose. I mean, you'd move this slow as well if you had shoulders that broad. You know, because like the problem is you learn to walk slow when you have shoulders that wide, because otherwise, through your life, you'd be running through houses, and every time you come to like a door frame, you just like get stuck in it. It's just really awkward. We do have walls up. We've got more very slow-moving boys on the move. You better hope that I don't catch you. I don't know. This, I think Scar is just, yeah, he's chalk. GG gets called. Sort of may be part of the boomer classification of gamers, but he reminds us sometimes that slow and steady really does win the race. Oh crap, how many keeps was it? Wait, Fablob, you're meant to keep an eye on that. What the hell? Quickly, check the VOD, check the VOD. I didn't quite see. I got distracted too. I think I'm just going to call that one can't lose if you can't be... I don't want to use the word killed. Apparently, having the word killed in titles on YouTube has a negative effect on performance. Maybe destroyed? Or die. Maybe a different word than die. It was 6. Ah, okay, there you go. I guess fall works. Can't lose if you can't fall. That's an interesting one. I'm looking forward to that one. Seeing how that one will do on the YouTube side. But we've still got more games to come. So let me have a look and see who's playing who. Maybe we've got some legends live on the ladder right now. There's too many Chinese players now. I can't tell who's who. Okay, so we've got a Kilyadi game. I think this is Kiliadi. This should be Kiliadi. Oh, wait, no. Damn it. All right. Sorry, Kiliadi. I didn't realize you become gold. Poor guy. Can you imagine if we clicked on that and we get like 20 minutes in, we're like, wait, why is Kiliadi like playing so slow? Is he tired? Alright, is this Kiliadi? That would be Kiliadi. There we go. We're not going to watch Kiliadi Jr., we're going to watch Kiliadi Sr. And let me just, I'll double check to confirm it is him. Yep, it is. That's our real boy. Sometimes what you need is to watch two old men that are barely continent, and it's a wonder they're not in a retirement home, clash in a high-tier Age of Empires 4 game to let you know you're never too old to do whatever you want. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have got an interesting one. We've got Kiliadi versus Dumu. Battle of the North, but also battle of those trying to hold off early onset memory loss and, you know, hip replacements and an overwhelming desire to eat humbug sweets, like all of the things that you want to do when you're old. Because we've got Benny Boy playing as the Iobids in the purple, and this right here, ranked opponent in the green, is none other than Kiliadi. In fact, I'm going to add his name in now, so you guys don't just come in asking, who's green, who's green, who's green? Now we got you covered. Look at this high level, boom, quality. And boom, it's the wrong place. Should be an interesting one, though. Like, I definitely got excited when I saw the picks, because I feel like I don't actually get to see much of the Order of the Dragon Iobid matchup at the moment. OTD's been coming out occasionally with a few players, but most of the time it's like, you know, back when we were seeing IU picked, I think we were seeing a lot of HRE still, at least on the ladder. And it was interesting, actually, because like HRE versus IU was, I think, close to like a 50-50 matchup. Probably like 55 or 60 in favor of HRE slightly. OTD, on the other hand, I wonder if the play here is just to be more macro-based. If it is, we're watching the wrong player. For anyone who's not familiar with Kiliadi gameplay, if your suggestion on how to play a matchup is to be greedy, you've come to the wrong seminar. This guy only knows aggro, no chill. He's already going for an opening onto the deer. Map is going to be calmer, by the way. There is a lot of deer on the flanks. This is why I thought 2TC might be like desirable, but like I said, it's the wrong player, wrong time. Iobids from Dimmu, though, we used to see a lot of Dervish play. I wonder if you still go for it, because you do have good means to kind of kite what OTD puts out. And it is going to be that play, Dervish coming through. So why are Dervish so good against Order of the Dragon? Why are they able to kite what comes out? Well, for a start, think about the options that Order of the Dragon has. You can go for Men-at-Arms, which get kited. You can go for Spin, which get kited. Or you can go for Gilded Archers, which need scale and take time to scale. There's another option. Horsemen. Horsemen's a bit rough for OTD. Because they have a lot of value in base damage on their units, the Dervish do a lot better at just mitigating incoming damage, right? Because, like, remember, the Camelanese debuff is a 20% debuff. So higher numbers, more damage removed. So very kind of annoying to play into that strat. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dimmu's considering just a classic play into like Desert Raider opening to keep his opponent busy while he techs up behind. Yeah, mine work on the other side. Doesn't surprise me. It's the player, right? Like Kiliadi loves his timings here. Anything that opens the aggressive door quicker, he's likely to take. And you know, mine work, I don't think mine work for Order of the Dragon is anywhere near as good as HRE's. But it still has some value, right? Like the value here, the logic is that you will get your blacksmith unlocks a lot quicker with it than without it. I was wondering if it was going to be a fast castle build, but considering he put 2, I'm not so convinced anymore. He's already switched 5 on a wood, which tells you there is going to be presence in the age. Yeah, because we actually have seen this Civ just try to use the fast castle build, kind of similar to what HRU is doing, where you put one on the minework build, and then by the time it completes, you're building the next landmark as well. I wonder, Dimu, would he try to play east at all? If he could actually just kind of semi-secure this area, look at the value. Berries, 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 deer. Obviously the boy you don't care about, but like there's 10 deer here. Plus triple berry patch. Like ideally for Dimu, I think what he would have liked to have seen, but knew he wasn't going to get here, is like a Order of the Dragon player that plays more defensive. So you could play out on the map and just fast tech. And he's still going to be fast tech. I thought he might go for the stables just to get a little bit of aggro. It's not going to be the case. He is going to use the Dervish creatively on Carmel, though. Reminder that on Carmel, 3 deer spawn very close to your TC. The deer shove may have been nerfed, but this is close enough that it's still valuable. Yeah, really smart play. And kind of now makes sense on the timing. So, like, once you got the deer all the way to the TC, your follow-up play can be tech a start, and you're walking out for the furthest off relics first. More opening coming in from Kiliadi is going to be focused on the aggro. Horsemen plus archers. And wait, did... Oh, God. You must feel, like, really bad when you arrive too late to stop that type, like, a deer shove at any point. But in fairness to Kiliadi, like, this is a forgivable map to not stop a deer shove in, just because it's already so close to the base. Alright, what do you guys think, by the way? Ones if you think Kiliadi's going to win this game. Twos if you think this is Dimu's on luck. I think Dimu has this. I think it's tricky for Kiliadi. Like, your opponent's already aging... Whoa, and he's aging with the military wing. Yeah, people just really don't like growth anymore, huh? Wait, but doesn't that mean you're, like, aging into counterplay? Like, full counterplay. The 2 best units are dealing with the Ibids Camel Archers, the Desert Raiders, would be Gilded Archers and Horsemen. That's kind of funky. I mean, in fairness, you're still going to be an age ahead, so if you get the veterancy, I think you can contest. But an outpost rush now coming in, and Dimu doesn't know. Oh boy, yeah, and because it's a fast castle type build, you're usually looking for a lot of gold because Camel Lancers is an obvious choice, right? So this is why for Dimu, I think it's going to be critical to get his hands on those relics. But right now, the Dervishes have to just sit in the base, healing the workers. More Gilded Archers are going to start arriving soon. Love the target fire. Like, the thing you can kill here is the Dervish once you have 2 Gilded Archers. Because you can't focus heal, right? Like, if it's a villager, you can have 2 camels trying to out-heal the damage. Here, it's only 1 camel that can heal. Horseman now diving in. He's looking for the kill. He's losing a lot of damage, but apparently not enough. And there's no micro shuffle on the garrison there. Dimu loses a Dervish. And the Gilded Archers now just idling out the gold entirely. The Horsemen just so absurdly tank it 250 HP. We'll finally be scared away. But Benny Boy is not having a merry old time in this game. No, no. No gold access whatsoever. We've even got arrow slits coming in and a spearman transition on the way from Kiliadi. He's not done with Age 2 yet. No, it makes sense that man has aged so old in real life. Would try to hold on to the young age in-game. Sorry, Kiliadi. It is very much his style, though. I actually like it for this type of map, just because Ibids is such a gold-heavy civ. And with 1 Dervish already down, like, realistically, how are you now going to get anything? He snuck out from 1 relic on the flank, but the Horseman sees it straight away. Ay-yi-yi. He can't kill with a Horseman, but he now knows about it, which means he can get troopers in position. Other side, we have got the first of the Desert Rays coming out, though. And the Horsemen, yeah, a little bit slow on the reaction there when they went in for the dive. Desert Rays are going to get the swords out, but that's perfect. Yeah, because now he just kites it so the Gilded Archers can win. He even gets closer so they can't run away. Okay, that was sick. And 1 Desert Raider against double Gilded Archer. I mean, I'm backing the Gilded Archer every day of the week, right? One of them's going to go down. A reminder, like, the price you're paying for these 160 resources. The Desert Raiders may have been free, but that's 180 resources sacked times 3. And he still has enough archers to idle out the gold. And Benny Boy not dead yet. He has got camel lancers now coming through. Yeah, at this stage, Kilyadi desperately needs the spearman in position. I am a little bit surprised he didn't just build the racks forward if he's still just going to go all in. Because then he'd already have spearmen in position to protect him. Whereas right now, there is a little bit of vulnerability, potentially. The first Lancer is about to hit the field. And this game is live. We're just like a little bit behind live. First Camel Lancer in, so Kilyadi in retreat. Dimmu has got 1 relic home so far. And that Dervish, wait, did he even see him? He definitely did. I was about to say, this is OOTD outpost. So he knows there's a move out on the east side. But the problem is, because Kilyadi's trying to be very all-in-y, he can't send someone over there. His best option is to try and intercept them when they come back. Which we saw earlier did not work. Wait, you want Kilyadi to think about aging? Dude, we went over this. You don't remind him about aging. Kilyadi is a special little trinket that likes to play feudal, and we respect him all the more for it. We've already got enough players in Pro that want to go castle in Imperial Age. I don't need another. Okay? Let the boy be. This is like, you know that island of people that are like still tribal? And no one from the mainland is allowed to interfere or bring technology or whatever. You just have to let them be. It's like that, okay? Just let him be here. I already ruined part of AoE4 for him. He didn't realize that the French castles were cheaper. The moment I told him, he changed. He's like, oh, I'm going to go castle and build French castles now. It's like someone else turned up to play AoE4. Broke my heart. Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, yes! Right in the guts. Yeah, these guys don't use a spear as much. They do just use a giant cylindrical pole. The size of a camel's hump entirely. A few Ghulams and this is over. I think the tricky part about like going Ghulams here is trickling them out and you have like no gold, right? Because like Gilded Archers are higher base damage anyway. They have decent kite potential and they attack really fast. Speaking of which, Gilded Archers. Ooh, nice dive. Work being done here. And he just revealed the Archer transition at its infancy. So Dimmu just not necessarily going to be able to get the true value. Because like what's happening here is Kilyadi's prepping for an age up. And remember, Gilded Archers has a unique tech. The Gilded Armor, the Scale Armor. It allows them to get +3 ranged armor, which is just going to completely counterplay this. I get why Dimmu's doing it though. Like he wants to play Lancers, he needs to get rid of the Spears. But you do need quite a lot of mass to do so. These Spearmen, as a Feudal Age unit, have 180 HP. Reminder that a Feudal Age Knight has 190 HP. So yeah, they're quite chunky. Wait, people starting to doubt in Dimmu? Believe in Kilyadi? Like, this is the thing. I'm telling you, just because you see a name. You got to read how the players are playing right now. Now, in fairness to Dimmu, I think based on his recent EGC tournament performance, he's been playing really well. But Kilyadi is a crafty mother ducker. I feel like Kilyadi on ladder is very different to Kilyadi in tournament, actually. I think if Kilyadi ever is able to amend that issue, you'll see him go a lot deeper than he already does. It reminds me of Kazva, actually, now that I think about it. Kazva had this exact same issue. I remember I had a talk with him at Rebel Warlord Legacy about it. And I was like, you know, if you just play your game your way, you could be unstoppable. And I think Kilyadi is like the exact same use case. If you're most comfortable attacking, try to always be attacking. I think, like, you know, you could argue maybe that doesn't make you the most reliable first place player because BC and Marine Lord will deal with it, blah, blah, blah. Maybe, maybe not. Vortex has got some wins under his belt, and for a long time, that was his entire bread and butter, is I'm just going to attack the crap out of you until you concede. Once again, his archers are back with a Wrath. Dimmu, uh-oh. No, 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 there's no wheelbarrow, there's no wheelbarrow. Oh, God. The losses. There's also so many villagers running back. There's nowhere for them to go. The Seek Shelter Command. Just lit him ablaze. That's now an 11 worker lead for OOTD that produced villagers slower. Now, Dimu's upside, of course, is the fact that he got the majority of relics in a game where Kilyadi, he went Regnants? Oh, nuts. Villagers also get caught out, so a mirrored raid, but nowhere near as impactful. Then again, the fact that your opponent went Regnants and you got 4 relics is the biggest Keck W you could ask for all game. Like, weirdly enough, he's actually not that far behind because of the relic detail. Definitely hurts still. Unbelievable. How? Like, how did he end up going Regnants here? I get the idea from Kilyadi, but you see the difficulty of doing Regnants in general with HRE. They are so slow to scale an army big enough to justify that landmark that, you know, if you're against a Castle Rush Civ, you're probably just better off double downing on the all-in at the start of Castle with Burgrave. Because this Regnants has got no value. There's like 1 relic maximum you can get. That's not great. And with the way it's been set up in Doomy's base, I mean, if you're really going to be able to take these relics away, the game's probably already over. Wish Doomy would use Wolves just a little bit more. He gets pulled apart so many games. I think the thing to keep in mind, though, is like walling in general is very, very hard now in Age of Empires 4. Especially against a player like Kilyadi. Like, how are you meant to wall someone who's sending troops into your base at 4 minutes? 5 minutes, right? Nice denial. So it looks like... Wait. Okay, the other one is at home. I panicked for a second there. So 1 relic secured. Probably the only one you're ever going to get, Kilyadi. So hold on to it. Stare at it in awe. Give it a nickname. Bathe in it. And looks like we have got the Sultan's Mamluks down the way. So this is usually kind of like the comeuppance for the Iabids in certain matchups, right? Like this used to be the classic build was like Camel Lancers into Mass Archers, Sultan's Mamelukes, and you get the extra damage. There are some matchups, by the way, where Sultan's Mamelukes feels borderline broken. The most notable one is actually against Japan when they play Yumi, which is more frequent nowadays. Because if there are more units and they have less health, that means more units are dying in most cases, right? This is the absolute opposite. This is the anti-booster for you, because with Order of the Dragon, they have less units. So they have less deaths per fight, which means you get less buff as Iabids. It's a very weird tech in this matchup. How do we counter the Dragon Archers? He could try to sneak out into food and then maybe pivot Horsemen, but feels a bit paranoid about doing so far. You could go into Mangoes. That's an option you have. Your whole army is capable of building Manganiques. Time being, though, looks like it's going to be a resecure for the gold on the front side. It's a choke point fight. He's punting out a lot of spearmen there. He's trying to clear the ram. We'll be able to get in, but oh my god, the cost in that fight. Down to just 6 spears. In fact, whole kit and caboodle, right? Practically none of them left alive. Honestly, I think Dumu, you're kind of happy with that fight. I mean, the ram didn't clear the objective, but the amount of spear loss must have felt pretty good. It felt like you were trading 1 archer for 1 spear, which is a really good trade, as the archers are only half the price. And he is finally going for that east side we talked about. Just so much resource on the screen. It's just a case of whether you can hang there without being pushed off. I did think he was actually going to go Manganiques. But it's the gold, right? Like, I mean, sure, you've got 4 relics, but you have no active gold gathering. Scale armor's also there. Like, this is just abysmal. He needs melee unit stat. Camel Lancer goes in. Spearman reaction's going to be there, though. We'll get away. Gilded Archers actually didn't finish what was being started there. New Spearman is going to do so. And he's brute forcing it. Dimu. I'm actually impressed. I didn't think that was going to work that well. Like, numbers on your side, sure. But the armor value should have been good enough. Kilyadi instead. Just experiencing the pain of that trickle heal is just stopping him getting the kills efficiently. Like, look at this. Down to 6 HP, and you haven't finished it off. Yeah, the other thing that kind of shocks me here is, like, these are the type of games where people really should not sleep on inspired warriors. With the way that Kilyadi's playing this strat, if he just built a single prelate and stuck him here with the inspired warriors buff, all of his troops would arrive with that buff on, right? Or just stick it in the middle of the map to guarantee it. The +1 armor is what I'm thinking of, not even the damage. The +1 armor would have put him up at 6 ranged armor, mitigating, even on the buffed guys, well over 50% of the damage. No, instead, Dimmu able to push him back for the time being. He gets access to the berries and rushes out onto it, but militarily, he did just drain himself. Yeah, so Dimmu, he does clear the outpost out now. That's more important for the wood than the gold, actually, at this stage, because that was going to get harassed as well. I think this is just going to turn into a battle of range, which should favor Kilyadi. Because, like, the problem is, you know, if you're starting in crossbowmen, well, Dimmu can't really build lances, they just die. Who's winning? Kilyadi. Kilyadi's definitely winning, but, like, in some ways, this is the type of game where it's not a bad idea to fall back and lean a bit on macro because of the lead you have. But Kilyadi's not that type of player. He's just going to keep gunning it. Knight is going to draw a lot of fire. The Lancers are starting to break through here. Not many of them, mind you. And the Dervish is going to get sniped down. Knight gets finished off. And the Gilded Archer damage good enough that he can just snipe down the heavy cav. Yeah, he's actually getting 50% damage output. Look at how quickly he kills these. Now, I know some people want to criticize Kilyadi for the way he stood still in these fights, but that's actually ideal with Order of the Dragon Archers. They attack too quickly for you to run. So if you ever find yourself in a game and you want to leverage OOTD archers, in some ways it actually kind of makes them more noob friendly. Because, like, you know, low rank players don't really want to have to click move, click move, click move, click move, click move. They just want a click. And that's where this unit actually thrives. Dimmu. What are we aiming for as our wing con? I wouldn't mind seeing the Lancers flank raid, actually. Like, that's the biggest problem he has right now, is Kilyadi's economy is just good enough to keep escalating in a slight advantage after each fight. And you know how it goes with slight advantages. Slight advantages aren't slight after the 3rd or 4th time of it happening. Lancers. They didn't even kill a single Gilded Archer, man. Oh, remind us, not just the attack speed, even the range. They'll always get first right to shoot. It's so cool as well. Like, we don't often see Gilded Archers. I think we've seen it from Kilyadi specifically in the past. He's one of the few players that quite often believes in them. There was a week or two last year where a lot of players were trying it, and then they just moved away. I think we had, like, games from Poppy Pool, Vortex, Beastie, etc. Horseman would be a good choice. Yeah, I think his worry there is kind of similar to the Lancers. You just die before you reach them. Probably feels like he doesn't have enough food. I mean, this would be the point where it becomes accessible now that he's moved out into the deer and the berries further. Double Sacred Sight is locked in, though. The pressure is mounting. These Knights... I mean, this is the thing. One shows up, and you almost feel obligated to mirror it with a Lancer. That's a great trade, by the way. Killing 3 Lancers, losing a Knight and an Archer instead, or Spearman even, actually. Because remember, like, for the Gilded Knights, they cost half a K. They're 2 Camel Lancers in cost. So if you're equalizing with a double Lancer kill, it's good. And the lead just keeps on building. Man, this is getting out of control. Villagers on the front side again. The Ram, he's forcing him to defend the relics. Because it's Regnitz. He can't let him have them. More workers down. This is over. There's no way. Kilyadi just such a tricky opponent when he gets going like this. And this is like a reminder to people, never give up, never surrender, right? Like, sometimes you don't have to bow and break to someone else's idea of how the game should be played. You just need to have the conviction to follow through with your strategy. Prove the haters wrong. Oh, you should have went back and, like, macroed up, focused relics, gone Imperial. No! Send it, and then send it again. Send it like you are a 24/7 delivery service. What a madman. That's why we love some Kilyadi. I don't know what we call that one. The only man to spam archers into Castle Age opponents. I think that's kind of appropriate for him. Alright, let's see what we got up next. Oh, by the way, guys, I did notice this today. Top is playing again. If you guys remember, Top, aka Kiwian, has apparently returned to us in the glorious world of AoE4. That is a cool sign. So Top was actually quite a high-ranked player, a decently successful player, in the early days of Age of Empires 4 from Korea. He was the second highest ranking behind Lenok. In fact, when they very first started, he was better than Lenok, if I remember correctly. Let me see who we got here, if we got anyone we can catch live. Wait, did they queue into each other again? You're Frenching it up. Ooh. Do we want some Fae? Do we want some Kilyadi action again with Abba versus Delhi? Or there is an interesting game that happened between Beastie and Dumu. Chinese versus Jean. KJ is Abba? I believe so. I'd have to double check, but I think it's him again. Yeah, it is him again. He might not 2TC. I don't know. I'm trying to think about, like, I think Abba versus Delhi is just a really horrible matchup in general for Abba. It's just kind of like in a lot of ways you do everything worse than Delhi that you need to do. I know MSN's going to try to defend that, but wrong. Okay, there it is. Even though historically Abba has been used as a human toilet by Delhi players. He's here to teach us the new way. The new way. Alright. Screw it. Let's go. Better eco of early Golden Age? By the time you're getting the Golden Age, though, like, they're already prepping to move out for Sacred Sites. So, like, your argument then is, like, how do you beat Ghazi in the opening? You don't really want to open Spears as Abba, right? That's horrible. Alright, let's find out. Let's hop in. Oh, of course he's on the other side, so I need to update the UI. Kilyadi don't know. Whoa. Screenshot it, send it to him. Yeah, it sounds like you guys need to play a BO9. Did you enjoy that battle of the geriatrics? Good, I've got more for you. Welcome back to the channel for a rematch. We just watched Kilyadi take on Dumu. It's happening again, but it is happening with a Civ that I'm not so confident about. We've got a Bastards for Kilyadi, a different beast when he plays this Civ to anyone else in Age of Empires 4. But Dumu has got the Delhi, a civ that has historically, over the years, had the Abbasid number. Let's see how this one's going to play out. We're going to be 2x just for the early game so we can catch up a little bit to what's happening live. And Abba, I mean, I don't think you can 2TC here, right? Like, I've seen people try to 2TC and it doesn't work. Trade Wing is also really rough because of Ghazi Raiders, even though you're really fast with camels. I think you have to Melee Wing or Culture, and Military Wing just makes the most sense. And it also just fits Kilyadi's style. He likes to be the aggressor where possible. And the cool thing about going Military Wing here is, like, you can actually potentially force a Delhi player off of Ghazi opening onto Archer opening instead. That's a good start, folks. Like, Delhi, they tend to snowball almost immediately in Feudal Age because of how impactful the Ghazi beginning is. It escalates them beautifully. So, Melee Wing like this, and the cool thing is if you do force your opponent down to Archers, a really popular play for aggressive Abbasid players is to go Horseman. Instead, it's 2TC. This is one of the weird things about Kilyadi, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, is like, he can be the most aggressive person in the top 100, and then he does this against a Civ, which you just wouldn't, like, it's taboo to do it against Delhi. In fact, I remember talking with one or two of the pros a long time ago. Like, it's very interesting because when you look at Kilyadi's profile, Abbasid is probably one of his most played Civ, which is odd considering his reputation as an overly aggressive player, right? If you had to choose one Civ to list as not aggressive, it would be Abbasid. Like, on average, I can't think of a Civ that is more complacent and open to the idea of just greeting. We have got him wrapping around the back, and well, in fairness, he might actually find Dumu with the ridiculous berry spawn. What? Dude, they're so close. He's actually buffed some of them up on the second one. By the way, have you ever seen berries so neatly ordered and aligned? Like, they have actually perfectly aligned with the orientation of the map. I don't think I've ever seen it look that pretty. Second TC is going to be out on the deer, so no berries prioritized. He's got ugly berries, okay? You know? Like, this is the guy that buys the beard trimmer for his testicles versus the one that doesn't. There you go. That's someone quick clip and ship that to a certain brand that targets that area of grooming. They should sponsor us. That was perfect. Well, someone was saying earlier today they wanted to see Dimmu doing walls. I don't think this was what they meant. Delhi walling like this at 6 minutes was not on the bingo card for an Abbasid Delhi matchup. Yeah, he's taking the defensive orientation, but we did mention, like, the way this works is you get forced archers instead of Ghazi. Technically, guys, you can just go Ghazi. But the problem with going Ghazi in the beginning from Dumu is, like, had he done Ghazi opening and this had been just aggro from Kilyadi, he could have snowballed it, right? He could have won the first fight, then pinned you in your base and stopped you getting any sacred sites. So, like, Dumu couldn't risk it. And it means that he's only just now discovering what Kilyadi has done. 2 TC, and on top of that, he's about to get the Golden Age unlock at 7 minutes. Really good timing here. And, you know, normally, like, this can be a bit rough where you think Golden Age is good enough for 15% buffer, but Sanctity's coming in around the same time in most games. But due to the way that the Dumu's opened this, like, he's not necessarily able to just run out for free sacred sites. Your opponent's mirroring Horseman at the same timing. You're not ahead. Man, look at the way Dumu trims those perfect berries. Oh, whoa, okay, my OCD's ruined now. So what now from Kilyadi? I guess we're just going to keep lobbing Horsemen. It gives him mobility. It keeps him away from ugly fights. And mobility is especially important when you're playing against Delhi. You need to have an ability to just keep reaching in and denying sacred sites wherever possible. This will achieve that objective. In fact, this reminds me of a classic Abbasid build. They always used to play like this. If you guys remember back in the old days when we used to have Abbas and mirrors happening a lot. Oh god, thank god we have more civs now. It used to just be mass horsemen with 1 or 2 camel archers behind. Now, if Dimmu doesn't scale his archer mass, like that's a potential option. And I think he might be deterred from scaling the archer mass when he sees that it's just raw horseman spam. Because at that point, like, what's the reason to build archers? You're just setting yourself up to be countered, right? Then again, I am noticing one big problem here for Kilyadi. It's a classic one whenever people play the Middle Eastern civs. Can you guys figure it out? It's like my biggest pet peeve. Where are the blacksmith decks? When are they existing? When are we getting them? They're very important here, actually, and they just seem to be missing. I like how as soon as I said that, the Abbasid player queued up an Ecotech. You can't make this up. Yeah, even Ayabids are really bad for this, actually. Even when they play aggressive feudal builds, they just kind of forget about blacksmith all the time. It just feels like the build orders have never been optimized around them, and it very often leads to losses for those two civs. I mean very often. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. The amount of times I've seen a player lose because he has 40 archers but no blacksmith tech is crazy. Horseman cycling around the map, but so far Dimmu's done it well. Yeah, he's making the archers feel justified here because he's walling in. A little bit tricky against mass horsemen because your opponent can actually just break in easily. And what is up, Nexus R3? Thank you very much, mate. It's feudal, so you don't feel bad about distracting with sub. Well, there you go. More people should follow suit. Every time you see feudal, you should drop subs. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. In fairness, when we get hyper late into a game that's an hour long, you can also sub quite easily there. When you've got a giant tug of war where a million units are dying a minute, it's nice to have something else to focus on as well. And here's the first camel. Yeah, but it's the first camel when your opponent has 15 archers. I do like that Kilyadi's now adding in his own archers, though. Because, like, the cool thing here, remember, is Boot Camp recently got buffed. It used to be 175. Now it's only 100 resources. So a lot more accessible as a tech, and a lot earlier on. Like 10% health, that 50% health rather goes a long way. Has he finished his perfect berries? No, he's been kind of slow rolling them, huh? Yeah, I thought that he would leave the sheep until last, but he's actually got 12 villages on this. Then again, it kind of makes sense, right? New villages spawn. What are you going to do with them? If you need more food, you're not going to run them all the way out to the berries. You're just going to have them gather the sheep. And we should have pro scouts coming in soon. Okay, fine. For a second, I thought you forgot about pro scouts. There we go. It is there. So Deer now starting to maybe drag back to base. That's going to give him a lot more runway. Meanwhile, for the Abbasids, like, you've got a lot of value out of these horsemen, sure, but even though your TCs are cheaper, it's still extra burden on your economy. Horsemen are starting to slip in, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit weird the way Kilyadi's playing this, where he's almost just ignoring the Sacred Site win condition. Or not. Oh, that's sick. He forces the entire army to follow him home. And then just comes in with a free decap. And he's even going to be able to find some worker kills. Dimmu, what's going on? Nice strike there. Gets a double kill on the berries. Making them just a little bit redder. Does lose a few of the horsemen. Able to break out the other side. And I mean, the decap, it is going to complete in time. The archers from Dimmu just slightly too late. And remember, that's important. It's slowing down the escalation, but not necessarily enough. Dimmu, he's not far off a House of Learning here. Here you are. Jeanne d'Arc 2TC. Consecrate makes it pretty much like Abbasids with knights to raid and feudal. That's a cool idea, but you're now not getting a big discount on your knights. So this whole idea of you're going to be raiding with knights, you're not going to have many of them, are you? Also, you don't get the Golden Age effects that Abbasids and Ibids do. It's a cool thought. It just doesn't really translate one-to-one. We have seen consecrations on the TCs from Jeanne d'Arc. It's normally in games where you just, like, don't have a propensity to spam knights, which is very rare nowadays. Most games, people will just spam knights. mathematically, if you are planning to spam knights non-stop with JD, little tip, it's always worth consecrating stables, if that's the case. There's nothing else that will save you more resources per minute. Similarly, if you're planning to spam spearmen constantly, then it's better than consecrating a TC. So, looks like Tech Up is on the way, but Dumu has the edge here. And he's looking for that sweet, sweet timing. 2 relics already picked up on the way back. Make it free. Yeah, I think Dumu's actually doing this pretty well. It's the classic relic pull that's hard to intercept. And oh my god, that's a messy fight. He tossed away the Ghazi! Unbelievable. Dumu's just looking like he lost a lot of his firepower. And the scary thing is what you're left with here, guys. Like, mass archers against Abbasid mass archers? No, 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 no. You can get Pakes to give you extra range, which he's prioritizing. But you can't match Gatling gun Abbasid archers. He's going to get access to composite bows. Wait, is Dimmer rushing Imperial? Oh, God. Does anyone else feel like we have too many civs that can optimally rush Imperial currently? It is a little bit silly at this stage. You've got Mongols, you've got Delhi, you've got HRE, Order of the Dragon. Who else is there that can just rush him? I think those are your main culprits. But it is silly just how viable that... Okay, there we go. Lance is coming. Thank goodness. I was about to say, it's kind of silly how viable that can be for some of these civs. It needs to be 3k 1500 because it's so boring. I just wish there was more things on the map to encourage you not to just rush him. That's why I'm such a big fan of points of interest. I think points of interest is a perfect example of like why and how you encourage people to just do the game instead of play the macro. And I think that's important. It's tricky to balance in a way that it doesn't just become Dark Age spam for sure. I think there needs to actually be points of interest that unlock based on time in-game or a player achieving a certain age, etc. Because the cool thing about that, like if it was locked to a certain age, like if, you know, once a player hits Imperial, these things unlock, they'd unlock for everyone. So the cool thing there is like it almost keeps someone in check from just really rushing Imperial with like Mongols or HRE and stay in the base. Because if they do that, then the guy who's actually on the map would then all of a sudden have new objectives to give him economy and perks, etc. No, I don't think you need to nerf Stonewalls. Stonewalls are fine. It's just the ease with which your economy in a lot of cases allows the greed. Speaking of which, Dimu is kind of doing it again. It could be he's just prepping more Lancers, but I think earlier on he realized like he didn't have enough Scholars yet for the tech timing. Now he's kind of approaching the number where it could feel pretty good. He's also approaching the base. Looks like he wants to fight. Kiliadi has leaned hard into archers, though. He's got the composite bows. He's got the veterancy. And he could buy a little bit of time here. 10 seconds out from range 2. Dimu, of course, already has those techs, which is why he wants to fight right now. But they're standing still. And remember, the composite bows is the jackpot, the winner. Lancers is buying a little bit of time, but that exists on both sides of the fight. And the upgrade just came in. This is where things should start to favor Kiliadi. 49 archers versus 36. It's numbers in favor, but also damage. And that dive in, achieving very little for Dimu. It looks like it was designed to buy him time for the castle into Imperial play. But with no eco damage done, it puts him in a bit of a wonky position here. It's a 30 worker lead. It's eco wing as well. I believe we have got farms starting to litter in a little bit from Kiliadi. Yeah, he's up to 5 currently. We'll be able to afford more with the eco wing. And now he just stands his ground with the clash. It's just so tilting to try and deal with these archers, man. Dude, like, here's the thing. Even if he chose Tower of Victory, it wouldn't have solved his problems. Relics are at least coming in. And it seems like a strange fight because Dimu is not committing everything to what he's posturing for here. And he's doing that against the player that will. The other crazy thing is like Dimu is just committing into mass... Not mass greed. Like, he's trying to play kind of more of a macro game, but Kilyadi is committing him to mass archers every time. Now, that one low did get him 2 horsemen. Golf clappers there. Once again, these archers just keep pushing him further and further back. My worry for Dimmu is that he's going to try for the age up and then just get caught off guard. But this could be the saving grace. We've got a war elephant. Hello. Yeah, and that's going to take a lot more arrows. Oh, no. I think he might need crossbows. So full retreat now. Kilyadi's food income isn't that great. So if it's not archers, he's kind of limited in what he can do because he hasn't made a farm transition yet. He's still only at 5. Yeah, even gathering berries on the front side now. I mean, lancers you can kill, sure, but a war elephant is like smushing 4 lancers into 1. Right? Because lancers are 230, they have 4 base. You've got 5 base with 850 HP. Wait, he's actually... No. How has he still got more archers? I'm not going to say Abbasis are broken, that's for sure, right? Like, they're not that good of a civ right now. But when this build works, it works really well. I think he may have just been drained, though. He's down to 25 archers now. He's got 200 food income. Oh my god, it was going all so well until the food depleted, right? The keep drop on the front side was a no-no. He got beaten to the punchline by Dimmu. That's an 8k locked in. The other one is near Sacred Side, which is probably going to get keep drop soon. He has to settle for a 4k. And I don't see the wood gathering for mass farms now. He's at 11 currently. He has to remax on archers, which means he's using all his wood. Just kind of a tricky one for... A moment there, it did look like Kilyadi was walking away with the game. Dimmu able to pull it back, and now at this point, close to 20 scholars. This type of map control, 8k locked in. I mean, the Imperial doesn't look as greedy anymore. He does have a food issue that he hasn't solved for, though. Doesn't have a front line for those mangoes? Wait, you mean Rock doesn't beat Elephant? Been lied to all my life. Like, think about it, guys. Mangoes, if you have enough of 85% ranged armor, 130 HP. Look, all I'm going to say is if in life you've experienced that Rock does not beat Elephant, you clearly need to buy a bigger Rock. Okay? That's like when someone says, oh, well, KP, you can't win a war with a single missile. Buy a bigger missile. Your problem is you're buying British rocks where, like, the ones that we use to measure stone. They're not that heavy. What you need is the giant meteor from Apocalypse. Is it Apocalypse? The Bruce Willis? I always get mixed up. Because Apocalypse now is the Vietnamese movie, right? Well, not the Vietnam movie. Oh my... Have you guys been breeding again? What? 5 war elephants now. Oh god, and like... You need to get, what, 30 crossbows to have a good answer to this. That's going to take some time. He has got the gold access currently to do so because he's got the 2 4Ks, but one of them's almost already tapped. And Dimmu's starting to macro up. Like, I think we're going to be seeing Imperial in like 2 minutes' time. And no, composite bows does not affect the crossbows. I kind of wish it did, though. Outpost is going to be a fail. Castle Drop's not going to really last long against mass war elephants either. These things are basically more mobile battering rams as well. You can see it by the damage. 100 per strike. Against a knock, that's going to force a reaction. And an interesting back away. Yeah, Dimmu actually does end up losing one of the elephants to the defenses. And the triple mango seems to have freaked him out. Wow, so he backs off entirely. He reinvests in 2 more war elephants. Guys, we've got Dimmu now with... At this rate, 3,000 gold and nowhere near enough food for attack. He's kind of stuck. The classic over boom. I mean, we see this quite often with Dimmu. He's a really big fan of just accruing a lot of gold and then using it for all the technologies. That concept doesn't really make sense on Delhi, though, specifically, right? They don't pay anything for the techs. In terms of the eco situation, by the way, do you remember at this stage, Dumu is able to play catch-up with keep spam? He's got 2 keeps, so he's actually catching up on the economy lead that Kilyadi's built. So if that's your big concern, like Kilyadi's going to eclipse him there, no, he won't. Dumu's got 4 relics, 2 sacred sites. He's got 3 TC worth of production versus 2. And on top of that, he's fixing the farming issue. At a pacing which is kind of matching Kilyadi. 16 farms. Yeah, Dumu's going to have more farms in the next 20 seconds. Oh, rough game now. Because what does Kilyadi really do? You know, he's had to react into the crossbowmen. He needs the siege ASAP, which is why like he's got the trebs. For now, Dumu's kind of weak because he's in the middle of the farm transition. If you let him get beyond it, then you have the problem, right? Because then he can just keep vomiting out troops. It looks like Kilyadi is paranoid about a switch, by the way. I think that's why you're seeing horsemen. It counters archers, but it also counters tower elephants. So it ticks all the boxes nicely. To leave you, tickety-boo. I don't know why I felt the need to say that word. Sometimes I feel like with the passing years, I get more British. Not less. Which is odd for someone who interacts with so many people globally. Dimu using a lot of stone to keep this one up. Remember, 3 villages is optimal. More than that, and you burn more stone. You can even see it on the repair rate there. That's the tricky thing, right? It's like you're burning a lot of stone to keep this one up. Also, you're idling 10 workers, and then you're idling however many you need to even get the stone. And that's what makes it very pop efficient. Like, if you're idling 10 workers to keep this thing alive, you only invested 4 population to take it out, right? It's just a very good trade. I think trebuchets are in just probably the best place they've ever been historically in AoE 4. The only time they were better was specifically for English with the very broken form of Sharon projectiles. Now we have to dive in. He's sick and tired of this. He doesn't want to let him get the gold anymore. And in fact, Kilyadi, I think he knows there's an age up coming, and he needs the gold to now mirror. So castle gets taken out. And we've got the Hissa Academy. I think Ben's a little bit paranoid about food right now. You don't often see Hissa Academy anymore. It fell off pretty hard. Most people will just always go past the Sultan because what's not to like? You get an elephant that has guns. Is there anything that sounds more broken in AoE 4 than that? Probably not. Wait. I can do you one better. What if the elephant had 2 guns on its back instead of 1? Ho. I'm now complete. Look at that Kyopa text. This is the other disgusting thing about Delhi. You know, compared to like any other Civ, right? Like every other Civ at this stage in the game, oh man, I'm going to need a 700 gold spend here, a 700 gold spend there, or maybe I get culturing, I get a little bit lucky, but it's still a pricey endeavor. Then there's Delhi. You're like, wait, you pay your academia? Our pay is that we gave birth to them, okay? We paid someone to incubate these children, these scholars. They didn't get a salary. Bombard elephants? This is why we need an Order the Dragon Delhi Civ. Alright, I'll stop. Mangoes and Trebs. Repairs not going to be easy here for Dimu. He's reluctant to take a fight, which means he's going to lose access to the 8k golds times 2. That's the problem. Culture Wing's only 50 seconds away. Spin and spam begins as well. He's got a decent crossbow mass to deal with the war elephants. And that's the big thing that I don't think Dimu's answered for here. He hasn't solved the crossbows. Also about to drop. We'll at least get the Scholars Boogalooing out there. Is there anything for Kilyadi to really fear right now? So Dumu has a lot of food, and he's going to get a lot more food. Currently, the Hissar Academy, someone's asking if it's a bit like Fulani. It kind of is. There's a lot more techs to do. And remember, the way Hussar Academy works, every single tech that you research generates 12 food. So it escalates really nicely. He has got gold in the form of the relics, but very limited gold. If you're trying to spam war elephants and tower elephants, it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, Kilyadi has the full map length. He's got the 2 AKs, and between them, there's still about 11,000 gold. So pretty much anything is on the table here. For example, he could actually start going into hand cannoneers. Mass mangoes could also make a lot of sense. Are skulls the fastest thing with 2 legs? Yes. They're quicker than Onabugeisha, so they win. Although, it depends how you define fastest. Because, situationally, there's other faster things. So, Onabugeisha when they charge, or anything that is 2-legged military from Delhi when they use Force March. Yes, Delhi, actually, like, with that detail in mind, situationally, they have the fastest moving infantry in the game. Shinobi? No, Shinobi is substantially slower. Shinobi are 1.36, while Scholars, when they've got the Zuma Boy tech, they move at 1.69. It's pretty damn nice. It's just you never notice it because they're always following elephants. You can teleport? Yeah, but that's not movement speed. Venetian traders go 2.06. Okay, Fat Flop. I'm a little bit worried because you usually handle the gamble payouts, and I'm pretty sure Venetian traders have 4 legs. Chinese Palace Guard? Chinese Palace Guard 1.36, get 15%. You go up to, is it 1.56, I believe, with Palace Guard? So you're still slower. What wasn't slow is this escalation on elephants. Where did this come from? Alright, chill. Elite Army Tactics is on the way. The Spearmen should also have the Phalanx tech for the extra range. Really important here. Just means you spend less time chasing after, more time killing. What a crazy all-in from Dimmu. 5,000 food in reserve. He's prepping adjustable crossbars behind this. And it's going to be a commitment of the castle. The healer boys doing what they do best. It's giving zeal as well, so it's just machine gun speed on these headbutts. And now, with the castles broken, Kilyadi's at risk. Look at the military. Even without the Elephanto landmark, he elephants his way up. And oh my god, he's not even trying to move away. Kilyadi's just standing his ground. It's taking too long. How is this ever meant to be reasonable? 1,232 HP on a 3 population unit. You can't find anything more population efficient than this for health. And not just health, damage. Damage is insanely high. 53 base, 28 with the second attack up top. As a baseline without bonus included, that comes to 81 damage being done every round of attacks. Split that between 3 population. And you're talking about, like, what, 26, 27 damage? That's really not that far off a hand cannon near at that stage. It's a lot more tanky. I think he's broken him. Kilyadi, it looked like he was getting prepped for that late game where you full-on Boogaloo with Abbasids, but it never truly came together. He never got towards the improved processing. He never got the full medical center upgrades and the comp fully upgraded, right? Like, we're talking about crossbowmen that don't even have incendiary arrows. But then again, hold on, what just happened? He actually finned it! How did he get through 11 crossbows, 11 crossbows? 11 elephants that quick at the end? I mean, there is still an issue here for Kilyadi, right? It was a damn good defense, but he's still in pain on certain resource types. He's got plenty of wood, just needs to reallocate. The gold is the thing that's going to freak me out a little for him. Because if crossbow has to be the solution, good luck. But I love that he's just blobbing spears now. Because he prioed elite army tactics over incendiary. Wow. I'm actually kind of shocked. I think this is an Abbasid-specific thing. Other civs trying to do spearmen like that, even with the more recent bonus against elephant tag as well, I think they would have struggled to win that fight. But the thing you've got to remember about Abbasid spearmen is they get the extra range to essentially have double the amount attacking in choke points. It also means their first point of contact has double the output, and they spend less time running around in circles like other spearmen would. That was sick. Yeah, I thought he was done for. He was toast after that. The elephants may have reached their limits here. For the time being, Dumu still believes in them. And a horseman mix now coming in as well, which just makes sense. You've gone full spear, your opponent's going to go archers. He could have actually just done spear archer, but I think horseman gives him a better opportunity to dive in afterwards. Look on the spears, look at the health bars. Look. Reminder, that's 1200 HP. You would not think it. I think Dumu's also got way too many scholars. Half of his military that remains are scholars. Nah, this is an overwhelming lead. It's just stacking up against him right now, and it's crazy because like Dumu, he's got so much resource in reserve. He just doesn't have to seem to have the right thing coming out, rather. And horsemen, they just get the freebies. The mangoes start to arrive just in time to die to this. He is going to be able to reset the push. Kilyadi, ooh. Wait, why did he stop producing spears? I don't think he thought that this was going to be continued elephant spam. Oh, I get where Kilyadi's coming from, but like if this has just been more spears, I think Dumu is just going broke from the push, right? I mean, in fairness, he has got horsemen to counter tower elephants. The problem is your opponent's still building war elephants, and the mirrored Ghazi play is sick. Ghazi, one of the highest value cavalry units this late in the game, just for the cost versus what they do. So tanky, so hard to kill. Decent base damage all around. Just like that, it swung again. Kilyadi behind our military now. And guys, it's going to get worse for him as well. Dimu's pretty much researched everything. I don't think there's anything left. That's a really big problem for Kilyadi, because it means that these 31 scholars will be used in the next fight. And if that fight fails, he doesn't need scholars anymore. He can just get more military. What a crazy game. And the horsemen? Whoa. Okay, that may have been a bit of an ambitious dive. He will get some of the siege, but now he's running headfirst into war elephants. And I don't even know if the mangoes are actually that important for Dumu. It's nice that they exist because they've got adjustable crossbars. But like, for real, we're back to what we had before where war elephants could end the game. This time, Kilyadi is looking to go for the ultimate counter. He has got hand cannoneers in tow. Now just trying to deny the gold out because he's seen the hand cannoneer plan. He knows that requires access. We do have a backup for Kilyadi in the north side. And he's also snatching the west. Yeah, just good macro game overall with the way he's playing the map. And wait, can we just please stop moving them away? I'm getting PTSD watching this backline frontline. It's a flashback to the earlier argument of like, where's the front line for mangoes? The back line is the front line when you're Kilyadi. That's always been the way. He sees people not tanking with their face. It's like, I know you do damage, but you could also be helping. Wait, why is Dimi building more scholars? Did he just kind of forget? Yeah, I think he forgot. I mean, if he pulls the 33 scholars into this next fight... Hand cannoneers are good at overriding healing because they just kill you so fast the healing like struggles to keep up. So technically this can actually work against the mass scholar pool. So just imagine what happens when Dumu's able to leverage 30 more population slots for Ghazi. That's when I'm worried here for Kilyadi. Horsemen now rotating around the back. We have got the castles coming up. Dimu should be fine here, right? Like double castle should be good enough to get us away eventually. And the elephants will continue to siege in. Remember, we have got Golden Age 3 with some padding, which is pretty good. The production speed is the most important thing there. And he's switching into Camel Riders. And wait, are people getting arrows? No, I think we're getting Jabed. Looks like live is fine to me. Camel Riders is actually quite interesting here. It counterplays the Ghazi, even more so with the camel armor. It can even actually deal with the war elephants if you're able to surround. Like, war elephants kind of suck when they get surrounded against camels. Why camels usually doesn't work reliably against war elephants is if you frontline the fight and it's a line, then you just get maximum damaged on the front side, but you don't have a good enough like focus of attacks to kill elephants off fast enough. But like in the late game here with like barded armor, +2 as in both levels, which we're now getting towards, and the fact he's at 400 HP, I kind of dig the camel idea. I don't know if I'd say it's better than just raw going spearman at this stage, but maybe his thought is like mobility is key. And technically, like, you can just do camel plus spear, because then your camel becomes your front line, and then the spearmen follow up, right, from behind. So, like, you don't actually lose your DPSer. You just have a very tanky frontline unit. Oh, nice. He got medical centers. This is really cool. If you can keep the castles up, which is the big challenge. Double bombard is sieging in. This game has been such a tug of war. And oh my god, the overwhelm just dives straight through. Ghazi dead. Elephant's falling as well. He's got the perfect anti-cavalry comp. And the problem for Dumu is that he's only cavalry. There's nothing but cavalry and siege here. That's practically the entire starting army, or standing army rather. He's got 33 scholars still. Why hasn't Dumu used these yet? I'm a little bit confused at this stage. Like, what is he waiting for? Oh, the production rates. Yeah, so he's locked a lot of them in there. He has at least pulled them from elsewhere, so it is just focused on production rates, I think. At this stage, though, it might just be more worth building additional structures. And there we go. He gets 50 now. So he's freeing up the pop space now. Kind of tricky because he's essentially just built the same thing he did last time. Just adding in scholars now. Scholars that aren't going to change the outcome of camels beating Ghazi, or at least they shouldn't. Sovereign is at least going to get sniped. The worker repair crew's in trouble. The elephant is struggling. And he's in retreat again. Yeah, the Ghazi, they do get chased here, so he does drag some of the army away, but not really more than he's diving in with. It's kind of a balanced population exchange. Does seem to give the edge, though, in the center, allowing Dumu to get a push in. That will keep the castle alive. Last of the gold soon to exhaust, and we even have farms on the wide extremes of the map here. 73 farms in total of that. Ridiculous amount of food pump. I'm starting to wonder, though. Does Kilyadi... Yeah, he hasn't realized. He's missing an eco-tech here. He got agriculture, but he did not get the precision crossbreeding. Men-at-arms might be good for Dumu. It's an interesting idea into, like, men-at-arms. Especially now with archers as well. The archers kind of surprises me, but I think the logic here is composite bows plus the silk bowstrings would give him the DPS to kill any hand cannons. Sacred Site Summit is ticking behind this. This is when in AoE 4 when I want to swap to another game. Yeah, it's like... I've talked about this. I would really like to see things that like escalate more in late game, if that makes sense. It's tricky as well, because I was talking to my editor about this, and it feels like any game recording that's under 20 minutes is going to perform worse than other uploads on YouTube. So, like, the audience doesn't seem to like quick resolution games anyway. Which is odd. Like, I don't know. My opinion, my take is, like, if it's super active, it should be fine. But even then, I've seen some of them perform poorly. Elephant front line, though. Get ready to drop in 3, 2, 1. And we got what? 2 down. 3 more. Not looking great. 4. Does pull them back just in time, so big props to that. Like, these are expensive investments when the gold is running out. I think that's the biggest issue I'm seeing in this game for Dimmu, is like, how do you keep affording elephants at this rate? You're going to have to trade. And you're not exactly a great trading civ. The horseman arrives just in time as the new tower elephants come through. I mean, technically, Kilyadi should have this. Yeah, it's too many horsemen. So you're going to lose the triple tower elephant on the retreat, is what should probably happen here. Unless. Nice turnaround. Spear follow-up's going to be there, though. And just great micro. Like, Kilyadi done a great job there of sniping down all the backline scholars. So he removed the zeal. The heal isn't as important as the zeal. The zeal with the 50% attack speed is really what allows these war elephants to keep just headbutting the front line. Those health bars are getting awfully weak all of a sudden. Kilyadi has the correct call. He realizes he's extending beyond his means a bit again. So he backs up just a moment. Gets the next wave in. All right, get your predictions in. When is this game ending? And that I am such a big fan of. Really smart move here by Kilyadi, and so underrated, folks. If you're playing a game and you're stuck in a tug of war and you cannot figure out how to end the game, one of the biggest overlooked details I've seen time and time again for people is that they do not remember to build into for production. This is how you gain ground more and more. Because especially with some of these units, like the gunpowder units, the archers, like they're going to die fast or take a long time to produce. Dimmu has to make a stand here. Remember, Sacred Site is just the south side. And Kilyadi. Let's get some more production, maybe. There's still 6,000 wood. Oh my god. If he could just find a little bit of gold, imagine a mango play here. Just 2 or 3 with adjustable crossbars. I mean, actually, it would be a really good time as well, because Dimmu's pivoting to more mangoes. He hasn't really got gold to just spend on mass elephants anymore. And wait, he's just machine gunning the mangoes down? That's ridiculous. He also doesn't have silk bowstring still. Interesting, because like if you're going to use archers to counterplay mangoes, bowstrings would be very handy here. Villager on villager massacres happening to the south side. The elephants are just gone, guys. Like, I think this is pretty cool by Dimmu, the way he tried to play this, but the goal's just going to kill him, man. And like we said, you know, when do you ever trade with Delhi? And also with this type of spawn, it's rough. He didn't have the full corner, which makes it less, like, encourageable. Even if he did, like, your opponent's already down here, so he'd see you coming. Damn. Kilyadi's a monster. That's 2 games in a row. Just can't stop the fin from finning. Remove Imp Age. I think the thing is, like, maybe it'd be cool to have more escalation points, ways of getting a bigger edge through something other than resources running out in the late game. I don't want to say add another age to the game, because I think that just encourages even more macro. But, like, we do already technically have age 5 when you think about it. University techs. University techs are meant to be age 5. It's just once you get there, like, what's the ceiling? Okay, is my civ just stronger because I have better units? Or is it a case of I just have more resources? It's not to say you can't outplay in the late game. You definitely can. But, I think someone I've always highlighted about AB4 compared to, like, you know, if you think about something like StarCraft, Pristine's on Red Alert 2. You don't have super weapons. You don't have, like, late game enders. It reminds me of someone I said years ago, which is, like, the super weapon in Age of Empires is the Wonder. And it's probably the worst super weapon I've ever seen in the history of RTS. It's just very anticlimactic. Alright, like, you wait 10 minutes and it just says victory on the screen. I did love what Age of Mythology tried to do, where they had the myth age, right? The extra age to unlock, where you, like, all of a sudden get ridiculous speeds on your god pass, but it's super expensive. Oi, 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 horsemen. They're reaching the siege. Ah, that looks to be it. Angos are gone. Dimmu, he just doesn't have the goal to remax. And Kiliadi is just consistently pushing like this. Like, this was so helpful as well. Like, it's only 4 archery range. Wait, what is he doing? Oh, he's rallied back to deal with the guards. For a second, I thought he had his 4 archery rangers rallying into the back of his base this whole time. Dimmu's going to start retreating behind the infrastructure. The Sacred Site win condition has been removed. I like that he just went for a few rams. Really efficient way of breaking through here, because Dimmu's only really been defending with archers. Damn, who would have thought it? Abbasids, if you let them go in the late game, they're a big boogeyman. It does fit. Elephants can't close ultra late game needs buffs. It's true. Why? Like, why? Okay, come on, guys. Like, you've seen how big an elephant is? Like, look at the size of these things. You're telling me there's only room for one person there? Bruh, this is like that lady on the bus who I can clearly see there's enough room for someone to sit next to her. And she's like, sorry, no room. And she puts a, like, very tiny purse next to her. She's like, sorry, I need this space. Where's the infantry buff? Right? Pay 500. Add a new spearman. There should be a recruit button on top of these guys. No, I'm going to stop, please. Could you imagine, actually? You're able to just get a squad of spears up there, like 6 guys with spears. Please, no. How's it going down now? I think we're at death's door. Dimmu, props to him for just trying to make one valiant last stand. I mean, you might as well for the content. You've been in this for almost an hour at this stage. And I think, yeah, the Kiliadi, he even optimized his military, right? He got rid of a lot of the farms that they got raided. He didn't reboom them. It's just full blob and go. Come on, guys. Where's the tech to allow me to mount a bombard on the elephant? Yo, I should have the ability to stick a bombard cannon on each side of the elephant. And then I should have the ability to garrison spears on elephants. Ace Ventura, if I spawn Ace Ventura in the game, he should definitely be able to garrison the side of an elephant. Admittedly, that's a rhino in the movie, but close enough. Oh, Benny boy. What a day. Is it just going to be him versus Kiliadi all day? We need to, you know, I think more you need to make the climb up to, like, top conk. What was that? I think it used to always be we'd get Ben versus Louis MT at this time of the day. Kiliadi's in the mix. I think Louis MT's just playing a lot of scrims at the moment. But pretty cool to just see Kiliadi just rolling over like rolling through like this, rather, not rolling over. And just comical with all we hyped about him loving the early game, not wanting to be there. Well, when you stick Kiliadi in a field of late game filth, he'll roll around in it like a happy pig. House of Learning about to go down. TC's already in shambles. And Dimmu is about to be forcefully vacated from this game. He's like, but I'm getting the mangoes to get. I just need a little bit more time. No, no time. I think, like, in hindsight, Dimmu kind of got maybe caught off guard by 2 TC from Kiliadi as well. Like, it sounds a bit funky for Abadeli from what I've seen historically, and also just the player-wise. Like we said at the start, like, when you get in a game against Kiliadi, you expect him to just attack you relentlessly. Played this really well. Okay, so final landmark back here. This is his last stand, his valiant stand, Dome of Faith. Just feels like Kiliadi's never losing quite enough army to put him over the edge into debt, right? He's always got, like, food and wood reserves. He's not losing the Culverins either, which is giving him a sniping target for the mangoes. He does dive in. Nice snipe there with the War Elephant. But as we can see, poor Dumbo just ain't no match for the trash. He did snipe out the Coves. Okay, well played to Ben. Anyone else impressed by how well the archers are just dealing with siege on both sides? Meanwhile, look at this guy trying to use optimal counters. Horsemen to deal with siege. Shh. You're a bastard. Shut up and build more archers. Get a bow, get an arrow, Robin Hood from the day one that you're born. Even just kill the landmark with them, you know? Could he actually survive? Dumu's that type of guy that does this to me in these type of positions. Where I'm like, could he keep existing and turn this around fully? The mango play, like, he can kind of maintain it with sacred sites and relics. It is kind of interesting, actually, that Kiliadi's never taken these away. Because remember, for Delhi, that's actually quite a lot of gold. You can see right there, 250 gold a minute. Which is the kind of the difference maker, right? It's allowed him to keep getting mangoes back in, elephants, now men-at-arms. Why do I get the feeling that Dimu had to go, like, take a break after this? This just feels like such a sweaty game. The amount of focus you have to put on micro. An hour in this heat as well. Probably had to get out for a stretch. Maybe the good news on that is old man Kiliadi might have went for a nap after this one. We have got a new Coverin arriving. And he tried to repair it, but he's genuinely just getting incendiary arrowed down on the landmarks again. Yo, this is the ultimate strat. We just need to garrison every single house with our archers. Essentially giving these archers armor worth almost 1500 HP. And this will keep us alive forever. The best medicine is to go next game ASAP. No, that's not how sunken cost fallacy works. Mangoes. Oh, he's actually... Whoa, 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 whoa. That's too many horsemen. Oh, no. Is that the final strike? 31 ponies go in. There's only 10 men-at-arms here. This has to be the breakthrough. I mean, how much can scholars really do? A few of the horsemen are slipping into the mangoes. It's the final one left alive. Arrow shots are coming in to finish that off. He did lose a lot of archers doing this. And Dimu can afford a lot more arch... Wait. Does Kiliadi have much wood left? Not really? Where's Dimu getting so much wood? Okay, it's here. So he's about to be out as well. We have basically just turned this map into a giant bald head when it comes to tree lines, which is poetic. And the difference maker of the relics and sacred sites actually matters a lot now. What? No. I mean, if we are going to make the map balls, it would be a buff to Dimu. He's mastered that already. The one culverin? Wait. He's trying to snipe it. The villagers need to keep preparing. He's got the wood. Cole's getting it low. Dimu can definitely afford to pull more workers here. He's got 3,500 wood right now. It's an all-in. Kiliadi's sick and tired of this game, and the culverin goes down. The men-at-arms get on top of it. Dimu, not even force march needed there. And it looks like this is doomed to be an L, a loss, and I can't believe it. Dimu, with the full flex Wallalol to wave Kiliadi goodbye. Oh my god, you two monsters. I just... Well played, Ben. Well freaking played. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I think Kiliadi, like, if I was him, I would go for that nap after that one. That was unbelievable. I don't even know what to call that one. I'm gonna have to think of that one, man. Oh, that one deserves everyone's attention. What an incredible game. Right. Let's see. Have we got anyone else doing live games? Have we got some way we can mix it up a bit on who we're casting? As we have done double Kilyadi Dimu. I think we had... There was maybe one or two Louis games, actually. To mix it up a bit. Oh, God. Let me have a look. So I reckon... I mean, there is a beastie game from Replay. There's also a double Chinese player game. I just don't know who they both are. Because apparently the one that we fought at CSO is not. I'm not sure if I believe that, but... There's me and Micah versus the rank 15, which is like a Chinese account, apparently. With 7 games played this season. Part of it, to me, reeks of Baltine. Although he'll never admit it. Let me double check on Louis' profile. Oh my god, I need a moment after that one. What a game. Would it be better if he'd just been more patient? I think like a big problem in that game probably for Kilyadi is if you think about the maths involved, like for what, 20 minutes, those 2 sacred sites weren't decat, which is an extra 5,000 gold across 20 minutes. That's a lot. I think maybe the tunnel vision kind of hurt him a bit, because like eventually it just becomes a gold-starved issue, and then it's a wood-starved issue, and your opponent's got food and gold, and you've only got food. He could have maybe set up trade. I don't know, though. I think like it's kind of scary with the amount of times that he kind of just got pushed into. He was probably freaking out. Like if he did go for trade, he would have got rolled. So I don't necessarily blame Kilyadi for like playing that the way he did at all. Louis has not really been playing much, no. Actually wondering who we could watch. Vortex games, maybe? Had some against Faye. Let's go with the beastie one. Oopsie, wrong scene. It does mean we're having a very Dimu-centric day. I mean, he's an entertaining lad to watch, in fairness. But this one isn't live. So he'll have something else to watch on his, and we'll have someone else to watch on ours. We're looking for Gorge. Yeah. China versus Jeanne d'Arc. God damn, I am so hot. Trying to think if there's anyone else we could watch. And I also need to clear some of these tabs because I've got way too many open in the background. Guess. What's that? Switch over. Just realized some of these are like private emails. Oopsie. That one's probably not happening. Let's close that. Oh my god, and the spam's real. Loads of things I need to check on. This ego on this guy, so I mean, you know, curly hair. Anyway, let's get ready to roll. Let's update that as well. So it'll be beastie. You like that color, right? Whoop. It's time to watch two of your favorite creators and pro players clash on one of those late game maps. We're heading into Gorge. We've got Team Liquid's Dumu going up against Beastie of no team. So Jean d'Arc for Beastie and Dumu to the Chinese. Oh god, it already feels like a matchup that is made for late game, doesn't it? China just definitely a civ that can come swinging out of the gates in a lot of matchups at the moment. We've seen that in particular from players like Anatan, but against Jean, probably not the case. If anyone's going to be aggressive here, I'd expect it to be Beastie. And I don't know if Beastie, like, we went through this reform stage of, like, Beastie is now an all-in aggro player. But in fairness, some of the games I saw in his Puppy Paw series, I also think, although he'll look to play aggro, he's just as willing to hunker down and play for that crazy late game. And against a player like Dumu, that almost may be a bit too incorrigible. Oh dear, oh dear. So, looking at the spawn as well, Pro Scouts could be on the menu. I think it's a little bit tough for Dumu. He's got split, but he's also got forward deer. We'll see if that actually comes back to bite him in the butt, because I think Dumu's the type of player that's probably going to lean towards rush Pro Scouts. Whereas some players do like to just go opening aggro. Anatan has been a pristine example of this at the moment, guys, where we see him actually just full-on device send it with a wave of archers or spearmen at the beginning. And wait, what's that? I have no idea if I should buy this game or not, since they said there won't be any more updates of AoE 3. Yeah, so like AoE 4 is kind of a no-brainer then. Age of Empires 4 is just the game that makes the most sense. Age of Empires 4 is a very accessible RTS compared to a lot of ones in the market. I'm not going to like fluff it up to be perfect. I don't think Age of Empires 4 is like the perfect beginner RTS. I don't think that exists. But it sounds like you're already on the RTS ladder, so it works out perfectly for you. And it's the latest edition, which means it's the most likely to be invested in to succeed, if you think about it. Age of Empires 2 is like the other one people say, and I've got a lot of love for both games. But for new player, I would never recommend AoE 2 over 4, because I think it's just so much harder to get into to try and scale to that point, right? Like, you're playing against people that have been playing for 10 plus years. And although some skills are transferable, and you've got people who've been playing 10 plus years, such as Beastie and Dumu in AoE 4, they've only been able to play Age of Empires 4 specifically for a few years. Wheelbarrow? Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of players actually just lean into Wheelbarrow early on. It does, I was about to say, it does suggest you're not going to get Pro Scouts, and I've been a really big fan of this. Jean returning to being on the map, French as well, just makes a lot of sense, because it's one way you can deny Pro Scouts without getting sucker punched into it against a civ that should, in theory, do Pro Scouts better than you. Because this is technically the best civ in the game for Pro Scouts. Because no other civ can get that tech in 30 seconds and have the economy to do so quickly. Jean, late game, is very, very underrated. Especially with the attack speed aura. I don't think she's underrated. It's just a little bit more awkward to get to the arbitrary comp these days. A lot more people, I think, have been leaning towards, like, Night Mass. And Jean de Blast, level 4 Jean, is also insanely expensive. The thing I would say is underrated with Jean is the use of her melee champions. The melee champions are actually really powerful, and they get slept on way too frequently. They are definitely expensive, but if you're on the late game and you've reduced your opponent to spears, it's just an insta-game winner. We had the best-selling DLC after best-selling DLC. Wait, was Knights of Crosses and Roses rated as the best-selling DLC? I think Knights of Cross and Roses done worse than the previous DLC, but that's because people had, I think, ill conceptions about what it was and what it wasn't. The content generation from the newest expansion, the Knights of Cross and Roses, was actually very good. They added a lot for what it was. It's just, I think when people hear the word variant, they kind of get disappointed, even if you're talking about insanely unique civs, right? Graphics AoE 4 look sick? Yes. The problem is, when you watch it in most places, you watch it like this. You may notice, if you watch our streams regularly, we watch it like this. I love that as well. I saw that on YouTube today from someone in the comments. They were like, they said something like, one tournament's casting, and they're like, oh, this tournament's like much better. I was like, oh, that's actually not that tournament. It's just the way that we cast these games from that tournament. I'm a really big fan of just zooming in. as much as possible, wherever possible. And it's interesting because, like, if you compare my opinion on that with different games, I'm usually against it. I am a big fan of the idea of keeping the camera as consistent as possible. But I think the camera usage in AoE 4 is consistently kept too far out. It should, by default, be about this far out. It's very rare that you don't have enough screen width, like, to cover everything at that stage. And you just capture all the cool details. Like, really just look at the effort that went into these models. It's not a half-assed effort. And, like, this is very challenging as well, because, like, you can see it very clearly when you look at older RTSs. Even with newer ones, the polygon count, that's the amount of, like, you know, faces you can have on a model, is kept quite low. Like, you can actually see it on the horse back there. That, the back of that... Stop turning! Stop turning! The back of that horse right there, that's probably just one big block there. But what they've done is they've used texture mapping and something called bump maps. Bump maps is how you can make a flat terrain look like it's got depth. So where are we going with this? We do have the pro scouts, and it is spear spam plus archers. So we're on our way to a fight. Yeah. Like this, Dimu kind of has to if he wants to get the deer, right? Because it's forward spawning. I love that BC just wasted no time whatsoever in getting in position to stop gathering there. We are going to get him having to actually posh it quite hard if he wants to secure this. And the importance for Beastie is just the amount of effort required for Dimu to secure deer, while BC is just casually getting it over here. Yeah, he's even watching for a pull to the west side. And what makes this rough is, like, Dimu, he already bought pro scouts. He already invested 450 resources. Look at his scout count. He's getting nothing. Like, the scout isn't even moving for the resources. He actually got very hard countered in this opening. And wait, is he going pro scouts delayed? I mean, he's adding in more scouts, so I'm a bit suspicious. I mean, if someone's going to bring out a really nice plate of food, and then you're not going to eat it, someone else is going to eat it. Nah, surely it's not. I think you could just play wide onto the deer and boars, but, like, technically, I guess if you get in there now, with a good timing, you waste your opponent's pro scout. But here we go. Dimu is now secured. Scouts following up. Spear arch count is good enough to make sure that BC can't take it from him. AoE 4 is similar to AoE 2 and 3. Is way different, and I used to play AoE 3 like more than 6-7 years. I think 4 indoctrinates elements of each, especially with the new point of interest kind of being comparative to something from Age of Empires 3 or many other games past. Sacred Sites also is completely, I'd say, not an Age of Empires concept. Sacred Sites is actually a Company of Heroes concept. And that's fine, by the way. I don't know. Some people can be snooty about the views of, like, copying games. I think that's fine. Like, not copying, but stealing. I think the devs with AoE 4 done a good job of stealing ideas from other games to make Age of Empires 4 familiar, but also its own thing. And I think, like, then maybe in hindsight that made it a bit rough on the opening, because that created an environment where, for, like, AoE 2 fans, you had simultaneously disappointed what their expectations were, which was just a graphics update, but also made it so similar that it made them feel like it was 2. I say so similar, it wasn't that similar. But anyway, Knights, good fight here right now from Beastie. Dimu postured defensively and is going to pay a price for it. Yeah, 6 Knights left alive. Just good micro there just to wipe out the Spearman. And a lot of XP gain as well. Archers aren't even targeting down the Maiden. No, so she's going to get in. And there's Cleaves charged up. Archers to clear the way. And that means that Dimu is going to take an expensive hit here. But he's not going to hang around for long. He's on his way towards the castle required resource gain. And he has got access to these deer still in a rush, which he's now doing. Emor for Beastie. He's out on the ball. He's going to keep massing Knights. This is always the thing with Jean and French, is there's less urgency for them to rush Age than others. And sorry, WebFramp, I think I missed that earlier in the game. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. And welcome back to the Swarm. Sorry, buddy. That was a crazy game. So I did miss it. Yeah, the meat grinder got weird at a weird time, huh? Okay, so who do I think is in control right now? I feel like right now, Beastie's probably a little bit happy with how things have been going. Imperial Palace is also interesting. I've been noticing him more and more instead of the clock tower, even if your opponent has archers, and it's just the vision value. Not only does it allow you to dodge raids really quickly, it also allows you to then counter raid because you know exactly where all the economy is. That being said, I have seen plenty of games where this almost what feels like a gambit costs you dearly. Like, you know, you get in a position where you need clock tower STBs and you just don't have it. I think what players have been doing better recently, though, to offset that is just remembering that, like, the downside of clock tower STBs is you can't spam them out. So if that was meant to be your get out of jail free card, like, you had to be prepping for it, right? You can't just rush them out. God, I remember when you used to be able to do it. It was the most disgusting thing ever. John? Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, veteran archers slap pretty hard. Nice snipe there. Dumu gets rid of the XP threat. Keeps BC in check. He's now going to force him away. So I thought that BC was just going to keep scaling knights, try to maintain some map presence and age. But he thought he had a timing there, which is always a dangerous thing to think against China. China, like no other civ, can just shut the door on those timings with veterancy transitions. Just testing the button works. I think China shouldn't be able to build so fast. I think China overall probably has a little bit too much. They do a lot of things really well. They used to struggle because they just couldn't reach their greed point, but that's not been the case for a long time, I don't think. They're very cushy civ these days. Nice now with the dive out. They're still only feudal. I mean, they are absorbing a lot of shots here, which is allowing Beastie to get the archer lead. The problem is, Jean is kind of missing from the equation here. No, she's not participating in this fight. She just keeps getting taken out. He's eventually going to get him towards the age 3. Dumu, meanwhile, is now finding his way towards knights, which is a great play from this position, considering your opponent has, like, no heavy cav left over. So it just gives you the means to take the lead. And Relics, finally on the menu. Yeah, he's been waiting patiently. I think this is the other thing we've seen players just in general get better at, is not rushing with too much urgency towards Relics. You know, if you think back just a year ago even, people would have just opened up with monks almost immediately to try and get out. Maybe not against Jean, you like wait 1 minute, right? I think Dumu waited, what, 3 minutes here? Just understanding that it's much better to just find a way of beating the main army back before playing for the greed. Otherwise, what you're doing is akin to rolling dice. Only, like, you're rolling dice where almost every base is snake eyes, right? Because there's just so many archers and knights. You low-key think this game is already over. Well, hold the horses. Dumu doesn't have a farm transition yet. I don't think he has the type of economy to just end the game. Beastie's still in a weird position for sure because he's age 2. The boar's running low, so about to run out. He's still got the deer on the back, actually. Yeah, Dumu finally realized it. He started trying to take it away, but good read, Beastie. And this is kind of disgusting area, by the way. Look at the tree lines and the way that they wrap around the gold. You can secure gold and deer in this corner quite easily. Also a bit rough the way that Dumu is now kind of punting lances in. I think he's trying to get towards economy and sneak across in interesting ways, but like, that's the one way that your Lancer mass is not going to win, right? Just getting found out by one. But it's kind of just the state of play when you have few Lancers. You don't really want to use them for the main fight, necessarily. Is BC finally ready for an age up? He is about to get, there we go, level 3. And I wonder, is it going to be Jean's Riders? Yes, makes a lot of sense. This is sick, actually. Jean's Riders is kind of your saving grace now if you have to engage. You've got this 8 ranged armor on these units, which means Archer Fire just doesn't kill them very fast at all. They also get bonus damage against crossbows that Doom is now switching. So that little detail might be enough to just threaten, keep him in the base while he now attacks. Why does BC have 8 less eco? So it was Worker Kill plus Jean plus 4. So there is a bit of an oopsie here. It looks like BC may have skipped on villager production slightly. Yeah, because there's an 8 gap. There should only be a 6 gap. So good eyes on that. BC needs to tech up ASAP. Lancer lead now with Dimmu. I wonder if he senses just how far ahead he now is. Like, because he's seeing the night count, right? And this should be what? Guildhall? Royal Institute. I get the idea, but can you hold for a minute? 30. I guess it's difficult now with the TCs. That'll be enough to protect him. Man, BC just resisting the temptation to greed, though. Royal Institute is going to give him a big buffer point to fight in Castle. I think the convincing factor is he saw the Lancer count, and he was like, this doesn't feel good. Like, I'm going to lose because of heavy cav. It's going to be tricky to get towards those techs. It's not just the wait time, it's the gold required. He has at least stockpiled what he need to queue up the bloodline straight away. And props to him for doing it so far away from the base. It's pretty late early GG from... okay. I mean, I wouldn't call this GG yet. Dimmu's definitely ahead, but it's not like he was able to end the game there. Like, actually, Beastie done a really good job of minimizing losses while being an age behind and having to retreat like that. That could be big, though. Nice timing. Beastie does get away. Moves across to the deer in the corner. We do not have a farm transition yet. Instead, Dimmu's on the berries. So both of them are going to actually reach the requirement for farms around the same time at this rate. Then again, actually, he did just get the Barbican. Yeah, so he's only now munching his boar. But, like, on the other side, remember, deer's only now being gathered. BC lose 4 relics? You say it as if they were his to begin with. I think it would be entitled in this game to say those relics belong to you when you spend several more minutes in Age 2. So Dimmu's good on gold. He could actually just start, like, selling across into food to just push out more units if he chooses. Imperial would feel a bit crazy here. Sacred Sight's now locked in. I mean, it's not a win condition, it's more the gold. Which, I guess in its weird way, is its own win condition. He might go Yuan and die. Ooh. He has got 4 relics. I'd say temptation has to be, like, pretty high there, right? With 4 relics? Who wouldn't? It's like the big shiny bauble you can't resist. BC still has 4 more relics. Dimmu still has 4 more relics from Beastie. That's true. But Beastie also has 1 more Jean than Dimmu, so checkmate. Joke's on you. You chose to choose a battle saying obvious things. And I'm a caster, so that's all I do all day. Alright, so spin and switch now coming in from Dimmu. When he's now running out of food. Is it time? There we go. Yeah, I was about to say, I think that's why you're like switching spears. You're trying to be more lean because you know you're going to be defensive. Meanwhile, in the Legion of Doom, Beastie still posturing aggressively. He has got an arbitrary switch coming in fast and early here, actually. Really interesting because you have raw bloodlines and then you could even go crossbow stirrups afterwards. The only counter to arbs is literally mangoes. That's not true at all, okay? You can counter arbitrary with arbitrary. You're close though, okay? You got 50% of counters. Yeah, the counter to arbitrary is more arbitrary. Oh, actually, no. I'll tell you the third counter after this fight. Clash coming in. The Harbors just stand their ground. They do not have Gambesons. Rejuvenation is going to be there. Need to be careful, though, with Jean. There's 28 crossbowmen in here. Beastie, an ambitious dive through. Does draw a lot of arrow fire. Stays alive with the lady. Starting to look a little bit outnumbered. A lot of knights going down for this, even with the raw bloodlines. Lances have been cleared, though, and I'm quite impressed by that. It does feel like Dumu should be able to stabilize after this fight, but both of them had to expend a lot. The difference, however, is that Beastie still doesn't have a farm transition underway. Dumu is 2/3 done. All right, is it time for me to reveal the third counter to Mass Arbitrary? Yeah, so the third counter, and like, I'm sorry, but you're a noob for not getting this. I mean, it's so obvious. The third counter to Mass Arbitrary is your opponent's keyboard's delete key being broken. Like, it being jammed. So when he selects them, they just all get deleted. And yeah, those are the 3 counters to Arbitrary. You're welcome. Knight's gonna find the boar, but that's pretty much done. So yeah, there's nothing to tap here. He'll be back in the base before long. Dumi goes Yuan and places Pagoda north of TC. I've already seen this game. Wow, look at you. If you just predict the future. Because the only other possibility is that you're spoiling the results, and that would be a ban-worthy defense. But okay is like a fetishist for China. If China ever needed someone to like Taurus, like stamp of approval their existence, okay would be that guy. Has Duma been using the scout, by the way? Yes, it's on cooldown. I like that. So he knows exactly where Jean economy is. Like, that's very important. And I love that Beastie's reaction was to wall this in early. Just to make sure that, like, if that raid came by, it wasn't just going to jump him out of nowhere before he could react. Maybe his micro is good enough that you can select ARBs, do an attack command, and switch before the delete. No. Okay, you should know this, Gully. When you play late game Arbitrary, this is how you micro late game Arbitrary. You just have them selected at all times, and you click, 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 click. You never move off your Arbitrary. Why would you need to? That's foolish. You've got Arbitrary. Okay, are we overselling Arbitrary at this point? Have we all forgotten that Knights Templar Crossbows? Brannick wins, guys. Beast drop, definitely easy to execute sometimes. Knights are just going to bludgeon the fight. Jean just keeps sneaking in, which is drawing a lot of fire. Demu's full farmed up, though. Like, for Beastie, this is pretty tough now. I get what he's trying to do with the brute forcing. I think he's just leaning towards that level 4 Jean. Really not that far off now. Arbors have ran out of Beast, though. Jean once again drawing fire. Beastie's just doing a great job of this. He's wasting so much of his opponent's time, but sadly, for this effort, there is a second wave that we were waiting for to show up, and now it's here. Beastie has to retreat. So you're going to have level 4 Jean. You are not going to have much food, though. Yeah, you'd think after the subathon, he could at least buy all of his people a pizza each, but right now, he has only got 7 farms. That's enough to, like, bake maybe 2 pizzas. It's not going to be impressive. And remember, this is not a guild hall game, so he doesn't have that gotcha moment where you just go Red Palace. Dumu, however, his gotcha is going to be into the Yuan, so we have now got him going into pagodas. Level 4 Jean unit buff, she'd be able to make a super villager. I mean, I'm kind of shocked you can't, to be honest. They just, like, get all the extra health, they get a bigger hammer, they build faster. Guys, if buffing a Jean villager, like you do a unit, had the same effect on stats, you would have the build speed of a Chinese villager. Seems reasonable to me. 1 whole Chinese villager of build speed. Speaking of that build speed, we're rushing into 2 TC. At 86 eco, with 71 military. I mean, he's stonewalling. It's not like Dumu's doing this in a very greedy fashion. It is greedy. It's insanely greedy. But he's being respectful of the fact that his farms are being done. Guys, I thought these type of walls didn't happen on Gorge anymore. We're 26 minutes. And what's all the stone? Is BC going to go for keep drops in the enemy base? Stone's kind of weird for Jean, right? Because, like, you don't get discounts like French do. We do, however, have pre-30-minute Jean de Blast. Yeah, so cannon spawn now. You have a way of knocking down the walls, buildings as well. Crossbow master's getting pretty big for Dimmu. And we do have a switch now coming to Nesta Bees. That's really important, actually, because the cannon does 60 damage. Clock Tower Nesta Bees can take quite a few hits to the face. It's going to take 3 to kill them. Yeah, pretty big detail there. Normally, a Nesta Bees would be a 2-hit killer. But because he got that Clock Tower in, it makes it much, much harder for these to clear fast enough. Only 700 food income a minute. It is kind of wild that BC hasn't just been rolled yet. You know? Like, with this type of eco, you'd expect the Chinese to just start surging out of the base like no other. But, you know, you're China. Why would you do that when you could just build 2 TC and build more farms? Nobody gets more farm than China. China is number 1. Alright, 1s if you think Dimmu's going to win this. 2s if you think the beast is going to take it. I like how he just keeps testing the Holy Wrath button. It's a calibration shot. Do you ever think about how epic it is that when she cleaves, she shoots her gun? So it's almost like she's just doing full-on kung fu gun combat, where she's just spinning it around, shooting shots everywhere. And oh no. Where did this come from? Red Palace now. Wait, oh sorry, it's keep. I'm an idiot. Keep on the... I was about to say, I was like, where's the bar? Did it bug? So we got keep drop and then secondary keep drop, right? But the Great Wall Gatehouse is actually well placed by Dimmu. So we got poor man's Red Palace drop. Because food is pretty expensive right now. He's eventually getting there. The farm count is now at 36. It's becoming more and more realistic. His timing is definitely going to be notably worse than Dimmu's though. Dimmu, who also has got a 50 pop lead. It's one landmark down, but as we know with China, it's never that simple. There's always another landmark, and another landmark, and another landmark. I'll dive on the TC as well. We just had the tech up. So does this light a fire underneath his butt, or does he just play catch up? We've got Gambesons as well. I believe, no, he did not get crossbow stirrups. A little bit surprised by that, considering he's been floating like 15 to 20 arbitrary consistently. The second keep drop is going to come in on the pagodas. Wait, where's the other one? Okay, he's at least going to keep 1 relic. Could you snatch these? Cannon plus double keep should be quite hard. Dimmu needs his own bombards. That's going to take a bit of time, though. Nesta B shot's going to be coming in. And Varus Inspiration has not been used yet by Beastie. No, he's holding on to it. Finally activates and now charges in. And remember, you reduce the damage you take even more with level 4. Look at it right here. You take 60% less damage from ranged attacks. So it's pretty smart to just use her front lining like this. It absorbs quite a few blows, but the Nesta Bees seems destined to win this one out for Dimmu. Elite upgrade on crossbow is also just too good. So kind of surprised that Beastie took a fight that reasonable with just a vet army. But the inevitable outcome, right? And now he is going to follow suit. We're going to get him going into Red Palace. He's looking to gather stone for another keep. Remember, when he gets Red Palace, all of these existing castles will get Arbalest emplacements, which can slowly siege down buildings. Yeah, for now, it's just going to be the bow shots. And he is knocking at those pagodas. He has got villagers nearby. Like, technically, he could have monasteried and just tried to pick them up. But I don't think, like, BC's in a position where he can try for these, like, cheesy shenanigan plays. Like, not cheesy, but, you know, these side giggles of let's get a relic here or there. It'd be nice, but when you're this far down on economy and military, oh, mainly military, you just want to focus on the catch-up. Not to mention, you just triggered Imperial Age, which means you've got a lot of other things that are going to cost gold that are arguably a lot more important than getting 80 gold income a minute. E18 now coming in as well. So Spearman a lot more tanky. Should give him the dive to just get this kill. And the Arbalest placement just came in. So yeah, this is where you just want to commit the torches. Finish it off before he can just do something with it. In and out is not the way, so we'll be able to clear both castles. Really expensive for Beastie, but this game has been odd, right? Like, very, very odd to what we'd be used to seeing normally. I mean, according to, okay, it was GG like 10 minutes ago, right? But like the way that Beastie has somehow reached up twice now has kind of shocked me. Feels like the best way to describe this game is like always behind but never dead. You know, there's never been this moment where Dimu's been able to be like, aha, gotcha, now I kill you. There is a good timing coming though. Pyrotechnics has already been prepped for the hand cannoneers. They've got pretty damn good range on these things. 5.5 tower range. They actually outrange Arbors unless you Pavis drop. This is where the crossbow stirrups plus Jean's attack speed aura comes in clutch though. It allows you to kind of hold your own actually against hand cannoneers. Feels like Dimu's respecting Beastie a bit too much. No, you're thinking about this the wrong way. Ultimate content. I've got a game against Beastie. People are going to love this. I mean, it's true all around, isn't it? Horseman now massing. Into spears. I mean, needs some reliable answer against the hand cannoneers. I guess it's a bit tricky to trust Holden on Arbitrary. And he does at least have the food now to allow for this. He's going to use the Varus Inspiration. It's only buffing half of the range formation, though, which is a little bit rough. Yeah, not getting so much firepower as he'd like. But he is at least absorbing a lot of the shots. Cannon now moving in. The clock tower nature of these siege weapons makes them very hard to bring down, though. Jean should be able to clean up, but it looks like it's once again going to be a wipe on both sides. I say that. Jean is not actually absorbing as much as I would have expected there. Arbors will win out, courtesy of the crossbow stirrups. The hand cannoneers versus Expos at the end. It should be good for Dimu. The problem is the focus fire is still good enough. Yes, the crossbows are taken out one by one. Pavis drop's going to come in again. He's got the second wave arriving. Jean with the buyback is going to come in big, and Beastie will be able to shove this away. Absolutely necessary there, but so expensive. 1,000 gold thrown in to the donation pot to get Jean back online. Yep, this game is teaching us very odd things. If you donate enough money to the church, they can resurrect your loved ones. I think that's the lesson, and that shouldn't be the lesson. Wait, did these villagers never go? They came, they dropped 2 castles, and then they sat here all this time eating the 4K vein. Which Dimu would only know if he looked at the vein and saw it being depleted. Oh, he just got the extra vision. Wait, how did he get the extra vision? Oh, no, he triggered the Imperial Palace, so now he knows. I was so confused for a second there. Dimu is not going to be steering that way. Good timing as well to discover that Beastie has been stonewalling as well. Not as much as Dimu, mind you. He's full stonewalled his base. Yeah, I didn't even expect it. That stonewall in the east sure is one thing, but when I look at the minimap at this stage, I'm like, yeah, those are just wood walls. Usually when we see stone walls, it's more kind of central bound on both flanks. Military Academy also now coming in. So I think this is just all about the Horseman Vomit, which is now being mirrored by the Chinese. Not as good as Jean, courtesy of the biology versus raw bloodlines. But the whole idea here is just going to be to create like an insulation for your hand cannoneers. Actually, whoa, it's going to work out very well if that's the transition. Horseman with archers coming. Arbitrary would have held their own a little bit better with Gamsons, but would have still been counterplayed. So I think he just wanted to get something that has maybe a better opportunity to clear the spearmen and also kite the hand cannoneers. Not really seeing much kite here. No, instead it's going to be raw brute force. Dimu gets on top of his arbors. The horseman came in way too late. Second wave arriving. Beastie. Kind of in shaky territory, actually. The arbitrary mass has been lost. The archer hasn't reached quantity. The horsemen barely exist. Dimu's got him by the long curlies right now. Yeah, and Benny Boy's going to keep on pushing. 29 hand cannoneers and scaling. It's that litter of horsemen to make it even more frustrating to try and figure out for Beastie on the defense. He has at least got the TCs, the Arbus emplacements to slow things down a little bit here. But Dimu, he's got a cannon on the way and one already arriving. And behind this, 3,000 food, not to mention the passive gold on top of the taxation gold and the active gold gathering. Like, he's not going to run out. No, he has a timing here. He was thinking about Fire Lances. I'm glad that was a misclick. I don't think those would have performed like he was looking for. But definitely has the capacity to take out this TC. It's going to force Beast to defend. Virus Inspiration is coming off cooldown. John's taking a lot of hits from the hand cannoneers right now. Horsemen are going to leak in, but nowhere near enough. No, he's keeping some back to protect his own backline because the horsemen were waiting to do this. Dimu about to bring down that TC, about to bring down the Imperial French army. John barely holding on. The horsemen are going to make a break for it again. Just a few spearmen are there to body block them out. The hand cannoneer DPS, that should be good enough. Now Dimu only has to contend against archers. Archers which never got their hands on silk bowstrings. They don't outrange here. Jean dead. Buyback should be there. But even if it is, there's no army left to buff, to assist. And GG is gonna get called. Dimu with his classic Chinese, able to pull on through in that late game. But make no mistake about it, this was a weird one time and time again. What do you think, guys? Did you feel like Beastie was doing something weird but achievable, or did it always look like China was in control? Let me know in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. I guess maybe you call that one always behind, but never out. He somehow keeps not losing from an age behind. I mean, that's kind of like, I think that's the main story from there, is like time and time again, he just kept kind of catching up for a long time. JD wins with Superville. True. When are we getting that buff? Where's the eco options for Jean? When is she getting the third path? Right? Like, I forget what they call them. Is it paths? I forget the name they give them. When we get like the path of a builder? That's what she's missing, right? The Artisan Path. That would be the name. I'm starting to think I should not have my mixer on top of the preamp. Just realize how hot the preamp is. Keep a level 1 all game, the builder path. Phase evolving. Or the other possibility is Phase not evolving in a positive way. And actually what's happening is she is suffering from sleep deprivation. That seems more likely, if I'm being completely honest. That seems like the most feasible. Alright, just having a look, seeing who we got playing right now. Empire Wars? XD. People play that? I'm so hot right now as well, holy crap. I'm trying to think how long we're going to go. I reckon we can rock a few more hours. I don't know, I want to give good bang for buckage considering like I've got this conference thing to go to the rest of the week until weekend. So I saw Numadon was in game against someone. Who is this? Rank 26th in the world. And he is playing HRE. Do you guys want to see Black Riders? Numu does a lot of Black Ridering. Let's go for some Numu, boy. Boy, I said boy. All right. How warm is it there? I'm not sure. You can Google, like, UK heat or whatever. I haven't looked. I don't want to look. All right, you ready for this? He's the only player to rush Black Riders if he can reach Imperial Age. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got a fun one here. Numidan actually is quickly becoming my favorite player to watch play the HRE. And we might have a fast imp on both sides because we are seeing him clash up against the Mongols. Yeah, gonna be a fun one, actually. We've got a Dark Age Rax opening. And this player on the other side, by the way, before I was like, well, yo, like, who's this unknown? Knew he was gonna roll him. I'm not sure exactly who this is, but they are ranked 26th in the world right now. So pink is definitely no pushover. Mongols is definitely no pushover of Civ. I feel like Mongols is actually right now one of those Civs that can actually roll lower ranked players quite frequently. Or higher ranked players, rather, quite frequently. Just with these fast imp builds. Like, I remember talking to a few players that were just outside like the top 16, and they mentioned just how tough this is to deal with. Even for people who are in the top echelons. I remember Marine saying, like, quite often it feels like the only way to stop a Mongol imp rush is to all in them. So it's a good thing that Numidan is playing the Civ with the economy to do so. A newly nerfed economy at that, actually, guys. Remember, they took a 12.5% nerf to the Gathering buff. Down from 40% to 35%. Still, it's a 35% eco buff. Like, we can put lipstick on a horse, but we're still going to call it a horse, right? And this Civ has a lot of horsepower. Spearmint, guaranteeing that with the movement speed, and the economy guaranteeing it with the production rates. But it's going to force the reaction of the Mongols going into the Spim Rux. Does Numa go for like a Minework build here? I think he's been a big fan of Mineworks, and it definitely makes sense with the plan for Black Riders down the line, because Minework got buffed. Mommy need my phone, okay. Why is everyone in this house naked? I just had a naked baby come in at me asking for my phone. Actually, that's not the best part. The best part is that Freya's still wearing her medal that she won at the fair. Literally just the medal, though. Covered in what I can only assume is, like, raspberries. That girl doesn't stop eating. Neither does the HRE villagers. Look at this gathering buff right now. Just watch that number go up. It's so quick. He's got the sheep to allow for it as well. Got up to 12 compared to the other side, which is 12 as well. But remember, like, that means that HRE won the rotation because they've eaten more sheep at this stage than the Mongols would have. That's just basic maths, right? Like, you can see he's got 11 versus the 9, but, like, if you add 35% into 9, you get an extra 3, right? Man, is he swinging it into spears. Who blinks first here? Spear spam coming in. I think Numu's just better off. Like, mathematically, yes. And also the movement speed makes it so difficult for Pink to actually take this fight. Yeah, he done this without the maneuver to retreat. Used it to try and engage, which is like a big no-no. That sends it back. As long as Numidan is on point with the micro, it's going to be very hard for him to actually, like, lose many spears. The Khan is kind of the butt clencher, right? Able to turn things around by sniping the super injured. Even then, it takes multi-shots. Even then, you know that Numidan is now in a position to start thinking about age up. And exactly that, he will. 4 into the gold. Why I always think of you as a brother-in-law? Parasocial relationships would be my guess to that question. Parasocial relationships. Alright, moment of truth. Minework? Wait. Get your bets in. 1s if you think Minework, 2s if you think Arkan. I'm even going to pause the recording so we can do this. Go. So 1's for Minework, 2's for Arkan. Alright, here we go. I'm pausing. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. Everyone got their predictions in? I think we're getting Minework. Wait, no, the movement? Oh, come on! It's going to be an Arkan? That's so boomer, man. I should have known. The moment I saw him moving woodworkers in, I was like, okay. So no minework gameplay. Arkan just too tempting here. I guess, like, I don't know. I think you could have Black Rided into Magadai with the extra armor. Because basically, guys, the buff that the minework received is there's a tech in minework, the barded armor, which gives +2 armor of melee and range to knights. Also affects your Black Riders, the mounted hand cannoneers, which makes them insanely tanky and allows them to just destroy Magadai. You're still fairly tanky without it, but like Magadai and Fury can compete a bit. Considering like you're sacrificing basically an extra 25% damage reduction. Or, well, 25% armor, should we say. So Deerstone on the other side, no play into trade. So what do you think? Are we at a point where Silvertree probably just needs to be rejigged? I don't think it would be a bad thing for Silvertree to be fundamentally changed. It's weird because like Deerstone is not an eco landmark, but the way it's used is kind of like it's an eco landmark, if that makes sense. It definitely helps a lot in that regard, like buffing you up on your gathering rate early, just it affects everyone. It's also kind of comical because I remember in the early days, the feeling on like Deerstone is like, if you think about it, it should eventually just become the suboptimal landmark always because like it's a buff you'll get later anyway for everyone. But what we've seen from players, they've gotten really good at using the Deerstone aggressively on the map to keep value. Spear spam coming out. The hardened status isn't there. Pink! Whoa. This is an ugly fight. Yeah, no, he's just going to get wiped on the spears. I mean, at this point, it doesn't even feel like it's worth getting hardened. Look at the bodies. I think he killed 1, maybe 2 spears max. Lost about 6. He's going to make up for it now because it looks like there's a dive coming in to deny the archery range because Pink decided to be greedy about it. He wanted double pump production. Villagers with the shivs out should be a saving grace, but right now they're actually going to be the ones saying grace and then going off to heaven here. That villager, that bit. The scout will finish what the spears cannot. And Numidan does lose all spears. Only 1 worker kill. Okay, that went drastically better than I would have expected for Mongols. Pink's rocking. He ain't over yet. Men-at-Arms did just arrive, but that's just a complete like dead weight waste, right? Not really. He gets 2 spears for his life. So not a bad exchange necessarily. Then again, considering Numu's going archers, it's kind of to Pink's advantage to trade out spears for Men-at-Arms. Now, what is going to be scary, in this particular game, Numenor, why did he go Arkan? You know, we talked about how cool Minework would be and how he likes Minework, but we didn't describe why he went Arkan. He wants to keep aggro up against Mongols. We talked about the counterplay to Mongols, Fast Imp, is to attack them. If you're going to attack them, you're going to need efficient resource gathering in the early mid-game. And also, Arkan is best when used towards tree lines, which allows you to go mass archers. And this is where I think you're going to see the Mongols struggle. It's like, if this is going to be about just archery, how do you keep up? Mongols, in the spearman phase, they had the double production occasionally. They also had the benefit, the merit of the fact that Numidan was only affecting, 9 of his economy. But now we're at a stage where he's going to be affecting probably 25 of his economy. Yeah, 27 villages are buffed here. It's very hard to match. And, follow-up is going to be potential blacksmith plays. It does kind of look like Numidan is thinking about castle. Which, I see the logic. If he's got map control, then he thinks he can go for relics, but hold up. You know what? These 2 civs would have actually made me forget this tech existed. Pro Scout's now on the way. Pink is not going to mirror. Instead, he's actually riskingly moved out on to the deer. Should be fine for the time being. There's an outpost here, and your opponent basically just has archers. The issue is going to be the lack of gathering. So we'll have to pull across on the berries. He can pack up the go. That's also nice compared to other civs that would get harassed off their mill. He just dives headfirst into the production line. Yeah, so new archers are going to be in trouble. Can you actually, actively... Should you be actively producing? Well, luckily, Numidan isn't looking. That's actually a big deal, because he could have started sniping these guys super early. Well played. Pink just able to reaffirm control. Yeah, a little bit weird. Nimu, I guess he was working out where the deer were to rally forward. And that has given control on the deer on the fort again, I think. Then again, never truly safe, right? Oh. Jackpot. Wait, is he splitting the micro? It looks like he was trying to there. It didn't quite work out. 2 more worker kills. Numidan now 6 ahead. Which means that Mongols have been skipping production. No! He's fighting right now. He doesn't realize. No, and this is brilliant for Numidan. He doesn't even know how good this is right now. Even if he loses the whole army, this is worth it. Because of the fact that Mongols are not getting any villages in the entire time. Right? A fight that's lasting almost a minute now. That's 3 villages. This is as effective as a raid, really. You're trading out, like, fairly evenly. And there we go. You realize the mistake. But at this point, guys, he's 8 villages down. I know someone's going to come in like, oh my god, what a noob. Why are we watching this guy? This guy is ranked 25. I know we're only a few days into the new Season 11, but, like, this guy who's ranked 25 isn't a pushover in general. Last season, he was ranked 97th with almost 250 games played. It's a very capable guy in pink. Numidan was just pushing him to the limits. And he missed the dead obvious. I think that's inspiring, though, right? Like, for an average gamer, that makes you realize that, like, not even the pros are perfect. The people that you look up to, like, these guys are gods. They are very good at the game. But they're definitely just as capable of making these type of slip-ups. Now, it's a good thing I mentioned the word up, because I think Numu, with 5 onto gold, it could just be blacksmiths, but the way the food is building, castle does look pretty good right now. Especially with that re-boom into archers. The Keshex is a little bit threatening, but this is the other frustrating thing about HRE compared to any other Civ doing spear archer, is the extra movement speed allows them to just in and out with the spears, so it's much harder for you to trade and get kills with your archers onto them. Wait, does he even know? Yeah, now that I think about it, does he even know about Pro Scouts? He hasn't scouted the deer, so he would have had no way to confirm. No, he is blind completely to this. He has no clue that Pro Scouts is happening. Which is a big problem, because like right now, Pink might be assuming that Numidan is out of food. So he either plays flanks, or he has to add in loads of farms. He's padding himself really nicely. Like, he's got a bigger army, and he's aging up, and this is all made possible by the Pro Scouts. Without it, he probably would have had to play Feudal Age a bit longer, and add in an extra, like, 10 farms to feel good. And there's the revelation. At this point, probably a kind of, like, slap on the face for Pink. A head and hands moment. What have I done? How did this happen? Why has he got this? And what am I going to do? And Pink not really in a position to mirror the play either. 575 food income a minute is hard. Yeah, the amount of time it's going to take you to age up is like over 3 minutes of that pacing. So it definitely needs to rebalance the eco to get in there. There is the boar plus the deer in the corner, which, you know, is actually really nicely in the corner. You could wall the... Mongols can't wall. And the greed begins. Nimu with the Regnits. Oh, love that. Questions coming in. I always love when we have these questions as well. It's really helpful when there's like not aggro happening and they're more in the hunker down phase. Are you okay with luck-based things in RTS games like generated maps, Bizarre Wing for IUs, and Cargonet? Luck is fine as long as you allow for counterplays. The tricky thing is like some sources of luck just don't have true counterplay. You know, technically the fact that I believe Palatine School, the one that has a chance, 30% chance to spawn units when you build certain units, I'm pretty sure that's not pseudo RNG, which means like you could actually just roll out, even with pseudo RNG, you could definitely roll out perfectly. And wow. GG called. Rank 25 versus rank 6. It's kind of crazy the difference there is with just 19 ranks. I mean, he's on Demon Civ as well, right? But no, to that question, I think it's fine as long as the RNG is like a complementary element, if that makes sense, instead of the primary focus. Where it gets silly is when it's primary focus. That's actually why Iabid's Gamba Wing is a bit silly. Because you can either win the game outright off of the play or just immediately lose the game. It's not great design for that reason. It's fine to have some chance, it's just too much chance is the issue. Okay. So, let's get ready for some more games, though. Who is I build TCs in peace? Oh, it's Don. It's such a fitting name as well because he's got the Consuela profile picture. Who's this? Oh no, they are, whoever they are, they're actually stuck in silver rank. Looks like Beastie grinded. Yep. Doing his scrimmage. I'm not surprised. I mean, I think those Poppy Paw games, some of them really caught him off guard. I don't think he was quite expecting that level. Either he felt that he was like on a better level, or he didn't think that Poppy Paw was like up to scratch at the time. But like, you can almost see it as well in the way that like he tried to hang in there with, I think in particular Sushi Roost game, where like it felt very over, but he's just trying to find the way out. I don't think that was meant as disrespect or anything to Poppy Paw. It's just like, I think Poppy Paw was on a mission. You know, the first S-tier tournament of the year, him and Wham had kind of a rough time compared to where they were coming in at the start of the year. But PP on form, baby. Alright, who else we got? Like, everyone is kind of in hunger down mode right now and scrimming. I want this S-tier tournament over with so I can get my boys to play show matches for a reasonable price. That's what I'm looking for. Looking forward to the return to that. Ah, blessings. Yeah, I was like, I don't really have much money to punt around here. So I went to two of the lads that usually like having show match and like, would you guys do it? They're like, no, it's not really worth it with UGC on. I'm like, that's fair. No problem. I figured, but had to ask. So. Cool. Have you got any idea who rank number 5 on the ladder is? Alton said it's not CSO, but I'm not sure if I believe him. The guy plays like CSO. Will Hims go on this week? If I'm going to London, which it looks like I am, I can't do this week. Whoever it is also just made their data private after Baltoon was in here earlier, which I find even more suspicious. It's either Baltoon or CSO, I think. It's clearly CSO, totally not CSO. There we go, right? Like, Faye experienced that guy. He literally just builds knights anytime he can. Send you his stream ID? Sure. Oh, he's... Hold on a sec. Wait, can you get Steam from the thingy? From AoE4 World? I don't think you can. I mean, this is his name on AoE4 World. Anyway, we've got a Gorge game. We're going to be checking in on Delhi versus Bruce. I'm trying to think when I'm going to eat. Dude, I still need to pack. And I'm probably going to take the laptop, so I need to actually find my old laptop bag. Oh, part of me really doesn't want to go to London. I really should, though. Networking is important. But part of me really doesn't want to. It's so it's a casino type event. It's iGaming. But there's gonna be like there'll be some of the esports people there and gaming people. Also, Gamba is a big part of esports, so yeah. Like it or lump it. London's very hot right now. Dude, I'm so tempted not to. It's very hot, and there's like a big conference thing. And it's like, so this thing is 2 days long, and there's something like a football thing happening on Friday, which is cool. But like, the guy I'm going to stay with is going on Wednesday for a bit. He's like, I'm not going to do Thursday. So I'm like, so do I just go like on my own on Thursday? And want to meet up for a beer? I think like the idea if I go to that is there'll be like, there's parties in the evening, which is the main like, ooh la la thing, right? Set a goal to achieve this, so you meet that goal. I mean, I have a goal. I have a list of people to get contacts from. So I can like push that hard. I'm just going to be so hot. And then on Friday, I'm going to be, like, it's going to be sweaty football, but I'm going to be playing with, when I signed up, I thought I was going to be on the esports team. But I'm going to be on a team with a bunch of iGaming people, so I'm like, oh. For those that don't know what iGaming is literally like slots, casinos, gamba stuff. There's a lot of money in it. It's not money I'm enthusiastic about. He's not a known player. Okay, cool. So he's definitely not CSO. Interesting. Whoever he is, he does, like, reasonably well. Alright. Should we get ready for this one? But I don't know, Brit Boy. I don't want to, like, dust you off, but it might just be challenging. We're working on something, like, I don't know if we've got a lot of people in the UK. I've been talking with a few of the other UK, like, creators and whatnot about maybe, like, us figuring out a little meetup or something. I don't know if they want me to keep it a surprise, but like, yeah, a few of the other creators, like we've been talking about some time to meet up, probably in London. So, I mean, we wouldn't be able to do it now. They're definitely, I don't think I'm gonna be able to go to them, yo, be there in 2 days. He is just he. Okay, Baltoon, thank you. He played in 4v420. Okay, but no one knows his identity at all. Please play ranked while you have nothing going on during midweek until KPMM2. Something tells me people will probably just default to watching the other players play. And also, I'm just kind of like... You guys keep trying to get me to play, and we keep talking about the goals. We set goals there. He streams as well. Oh, interesting. He just doesn't have a translatable English name, is what you mean, right? So honestly, like, Baltoon just sounds so unnecessarily like a wise Buddhist monk the way he speaks with this. Where he's like, his identity is his identity. Where he could have just went, he doesn't have an English name. But he's just like, he is he with name. Alright. In the words of Baltoon, it is time to watch he who is he with name. China's taking over. Not the Civ, the players. The talent that's showing up here is getting more and more impressive. This guy in the yellow over here, boom. What rank do you think he'd be? You've never heard of him before. He's currently ranked 5th in the world. His opponent on the other side, 51st. 2 people basically in the top 50. If you want to be pedantic about it, one off. But we got Delhi versus Roos on Gorge. I thought this would also be cool because, like, something that I was thinking about with this, you know, it's different when we watch, like, Beastie versus Louis or, you know, like, CSO up against Dumu. That's interregional. That's kind of like, you know, overlap, which you can't, like, read into. What I was curious about is, like, how different can Age of Empires 4 be played at a competitive level from region to region? Because anyone who's followed esports for a while knows exactly where I'm going with this. Like, you just have very different approaches in different scenes, right? Like, the meta in Dota 2 from SA to Europe, very different. StarCraft, I believe, has this identity as well. I've seen it in all kinds of games. Mecha Bellum has it. Like, loads of games have this. So, let's see if there is a different way to play Delhi and Roos. And if so, how? Could you imagine if we saw a no Pro Scouts Roos game? I mean, that would be kind of crazy. That's a rarity in itself. I mean, usually in this matchup, Roos kind of can't do any wrong, was the feeling originally. I think the idea is, like, you could just get into Horse Arch and Men-at-Arms quite freely, or Spearmen, plus Horse Archers as well. Delhi with Ghazi could be kind of annoying, especially on a map like Gorge, where you have very fluid timings to capture the sacred sites. We're going on the 2x speed just for the opening. We have got the double hunting cabin. One of them is going to be far back. Some players have just been loving doing this right now instead of just doing this side-side. I think the idea is that you just get, like, a little bit more guaranteed bang for buck, and it leaves room closer to the TC for the high trade house, which is important if you get harassed, because you won't be able to move out of the base. And against something like Delhi, you're not going to get out of the base, right? So good to have this room here. Okay, so Dome of Faith coming in. What's a brother got to do for some more Tower Victory games, huh? Is TOV ever worth it against Rus? Like, could you just spear archers to contest? I think it'd be decent, but not, like, crazily strong, right? And Dome of Faith just feels a lot safer. You just get a lot more ability to boom, shall we say. I don't want to say outright Dome of Faith is the best thing for reaching, like, the late game. Actually, yes, it is the best for reaching the late game, but it's not the best once you're in the late game. Like, that victory ribbon is always going to go to Tower Victory because it's a percentile increase. By the way, has everyone been banning Altai? I was hyped for ranked season 11. I was like, Altai time, baby. Let's go. Where is it? I can't find any Altai games. I think I saw like 3, and they were all pre-15 minutes. I'm like, okay. Well, that's not what I wanted Altai back for. Where's the meat grinders, baby? Do you guys remember when Altai had double entry in the search so that you just couldn't actually dodge it? Oh god, that was a crazy time. So people would ban Altai and they'd still be getting it. Alright, I'm not going to give you guys too many flashbacks of the Dark Ages. Stables opening is going to be there. Pro Scouts timing should be coming in, yeah, in just 20 seconds. And I like the Rax play. Like, this is pretty logical with Ghazi spam coming, which he's already confirmed. And spawn was pretty good for Rus, actually. Like, getting the deer this close to the front side of your enemy's base means you can keep an eye on what they're doing and then just stay here, Pro Scouts back. I think because it's Ghazi specifically, it's why he's backing all the way off for his own deer. Yeah, I'm curious about this guy. Like, we were talking a little bit in chat before we start recording. So this guy in yellow, ranked 6th in the world. He does reasonably well. I think we said he was like top 100 finish last season. And he plays in a lot of team tournaments, apparently, is what Baltim was telling us. He doesn't have an English translatable name, so you will only ever know him as this, or as we will call him Yellow. Orange, I'm a little bit less certain about. I feel like this could be one of Scarlet Devil's accounts, maybe. Considering the average rank spans usually like 120, 70, places around there. But it could just be a new Chinese kid on the block. I think Louis MT going international and winning a LAN in Germany done a lot to inspire extra Chinese people to enter the scene. Because it's kind of like the you can do it thing, right? He's already been doing that on the online, but like then he literally went to his first LAN ever and just rolled the competition. Which has me excited, you know. I'm a fan of competitive scenes where, i.e., it's not just 2 players competitive, there's a lot of players that can be competitive. And I think we're just getting closer and closer with every month to that in AoE 4. Which is a good sign. I think a lot of scenes, you know, they enter the 4th year and it can go the opposite way. Especially if the prize pools aren't blowing ridiculously large. I am curious to see how more and more StarCraft 2 players are going to do as they come back. I think someone mentioned earlier that they saw Sortov and was it Kiliadi as their most improved players of 2025. The Sortov one's a bit deceptive because he had like the history and he came back and like caught up really quickly. It's still a big challenge for sure. But I remember he said himself like he kind of has an advantage over other StarCraft players picking up the game because he played the game for a long time anyway back in 2022. Problem is, these Chinese kids are too damn good. They're going to run us all out of town. So timing coming in. I don't think too much has really changed compared to what we normally see here. Like, we've got Archer plus Ghazi to contest the Rus timing. I'd say one of the interesting things is, like, the Spearman was preemptive instead of reactionary, if that makes sense. He saw the Ghazi, but he built this Rax really early compared to a lot of Rus Deli games we've seen in the past. Where it's almost like you can delay the Spearman timing to get more scouts out. Most Rus players like the idea of going up to, like, 5, 6, 7 scouts, even when Ghazi are coming. Speaking of pro scouts... Only a minute and 13 away, so Orange will be able to take a lot away from the Rus play here. Yeah, I think he's done a good job of containing the threat. And now, because he followed up with archers, he's going to be behind on age, but, like, you know, his opponent can't rush these extra deer. He has also got Trip Sacred Site locking in, at least for a bit, which is going to give gold trickle. But there's that high trade house, perfectly positioned where we described. Just as safe can be, and Should be a decent number. Not crazy, mind you, because he chopped in the tree line already. He could have actually put it out here. The reason he didn't is because of walk time, plus the fact he's against Ghazi. But go on, get your numbers in. How bad do you think this high trade house is going to be? Nerf landmark, by the way. Absolute trash. Why would you build it? I say as I huff the hopium, knowing that's not the truth ever. Oh, interesting. He goes on the deer. Okay, so I guess you could, like, pro scout these and then just eat the deer fast here before the horse archers arrive. And it is going to be horse archers plus knights. I like that. Your opponent has Ghazi already, so just horse archers alone we described wouldn't work. I thought he might go for men-at-arms, but maybe he scouted his opponent on the flanks, thinks that there's an advantage into knight play. Knights is tricky here, though, folks, because now if Delhi tech up and they get into home blades, their knights can actually win a fight. So on average, a knight v knight fight in Castle is going to involve probably about 10 strikes. Home blades gives +3, so that's 30 more damage. Boys Fortitude is 25 health. I guess with the lance charge, I'd say you could very, very slightly favor the Rus. But the extra health isn't the overwhelming advantage for them on knights that it is in most matchups. It is, however, going to be kind of bonkers on horse archers, because it's like a 25% damage increase. Health increase, rather. Needs to be the House of Elves. What I can't figure out at this point is whether we always had this many villagers breakdancing situations, and we just became like more aware of it, or if the pathing has been leading more people to break out in spontaneous dance. Ooh, na na eh, no, not like no, we'll get DMCA'd. Not complete. Now it's gonna be the move out for the relics. Looks like high trade house ended up being 119, so decent, not crazy out of this world, but reasonable. By the way, that's nerfed high trade house. Pre-nerf, that probably would have been 140. Bounty tier 2. You just see what it is with this landmark, though. It's very rare that you're in a situation where it feels bad. That's the simple way to put it. Such as not going to arrive. Ghazi, get bogged down on the knight, which is perfect for yellow. Orange finally realized the mistake and will just flood in. So that's going to be -2 horse archers. Could also easily lose the knight now. Yeah, because remember, you've got good base damage plus the bonus against heavy. That's an ugly fight from yellow. So no kills, 3 units down. More knights are now arriving to cut the reinforcements, but it's going to re-rally forward. Honestly, I don't know about these fights from yellow. I think he's just running before he can walk. Archers will target down the horse archers. The Ghazi are going to beat the knights again. What? Alright, these have been ugly exchanges. Like, the destroyed value tells the entire tale. And not just that, the Relic Race is being won by Delhi. They still have 2 Sacred Sites. They've got 3 relics soon at home. In fact, it just came in. And that enables the Knight Pump. Damn, I think Orange played this sick. The map name? The map name is Gorge. This is just good old-fashioned Gorge. We're watching some pub games today. Those who are looking for our tournament series are guaranteed almost every single game we cast tournaments will be returning in August. And I really need to chase down an Adma for that. I have someone in mind. I need to bump him, though. I just messaged him as well. Boys Fortitude now on the way. This is, I think, what has been like the trickiest point in the game for a lot of Roost players to be beaten in. Is the efficiency of this timing. You play Horse Archers into Knights, and then you buff your entire army by like minimum 10% health. Maximum is 30%? Yeah, close to 30. Actually, I think it is. That's ridiculous, right? The effective HP increase is like to the moon. However, Delhi have some interesting options, and I do dig this one. War elephants can theoretically struggle against horse archers, but it completely blocks knights from fighting. So like archers plus war elephants is kind of an intriguing one. It's almost like an extreme version of Irbid Camel Lancer archer comp. Even the Mahoots guaranteed the chase. Yeah, overall I like dig quite a bit about what Orange is doing, and the cool thing is he's always keeping the scholar production going, which gives him the option down the line of playing into Imperial Age. Does need to worry about farms. Yeah, I mean, he's done a good job of making the deer last. Okay, he's going to have 2,450 down here. That's definitely going to give him some space, some breathing room. But you can see the issues right now. 185 food a minute. His economy barely exists. Meanwhile, the Roos are just vibing. They've got the Pro Scouts play. They've got extra deer spawning all the time. He's got another deer stack, basically. A 5 deer stack. Yeah, that's going to be a pretty comfortable 1,750 food extra just sitting there. Even more now. Good lord. And reminder, it's not just the food, it's the gold as well. This is the thing that always allows Roos to just seemingly never run out of resources. It just goes on and on and on and on. Gold, wood, obviously, because they get 20% more, never runs out. And food alongside it. We have got stone gathering, though, so I'm wondering if yellow's going towards 2 TC. Don't think he really needs it. He found good worker kills, it seems. Yeah, some trickled raids when we weren't looking. Puts him 8 ahead. This is a lot of cavalry. Tricky to get rid of that war elephant, as you can see. Man, Mahoots really was just such a game changer for these units. 10% movement speed doesn't sound like a lot, but when you compound it with charge, you see the difference it can make. 1.44. I'm really not sure who's winning right now. Like, I think from a macro perspective, I favor Roos here. It does definitely feel like Orange is trying to get Imperial. 11 scholars in queue? Okay, dude. Like, you need to chill. He's going through the motions. He's not actually actively thinking about what he's doing enough. There's a little tip to people. It's easy to happen. We see all the time, actually, when you're kind of, like, focused on the fights, but you want to keep backlog production going. A lot of us do it with TCs. We end up queuing up, like, 12, 15, then 20 villages. That's ridiculous. Queuing up 20 villages is way too excessive. That ends up putting 1,000 resources locked in for no good reason. Similar to what he's doing here with Scholars. Sure, they're discounted, but I'm glad he realized and cancelled a few, because like going up to 15, that would be, what, 1,200 gold locked in. Army mass is with Orange. He is approaching the base. There's 2 TCs being committed to by Yellow. And Yellow, whoa, he's not going to come home. Oh, that's sick. Marches into the base. Wallalor comes in from behind. It was an ambush, Wallalor, but Yellow's just going to run past it. Gets in range of the full army. Gets the full surround. And we'll just run him down. Meanwhile, the dive is on the way. Speedy Scholars. Just to camp underneath this. And the Elephant Siege begins. Meanwhile, Elephant at Home has been cleared up. More are being queued up on the way. And I love that. Delhi, it's the houses. Okay, the houses just saved his bacon from getting cooked there. Those extra arrow firing placements scare away these horse archers effectively. And meanwhile, on the other side, the dive from Delhi continues. Case is on. He's got just 3 scholars, 3 knights here to sustain. He's moving over towards where the second TC is. And he has the eco lead in the game also where a lot of other times being forced right now. Look at this, Yellow! Every single villager is not working. More garrison spots just being spammed up, but value being found. Army has arrived back home. There's still a war elephant. Make it 2 in the base, though. I don't think he's done diving yet. And the difference having those garrison slots ready made, it just removed the value that yellow was looking for. Now the archer count's still good enough to one-hit kill the horse archers. War elephant's getting in. The knights got pulled wrong. Backline goes down. Horse archers disintegrated here. And knights, remember, are not going to fare well into war elephants, especially when they can't surround. Heavy losses for the Rus. And now an advantageous position for Orange. A lot of scholars were sacrificed. He essentially gave up his Imperial play to do this, but he understood that it wasn't feasible without more food. Now he just puts yellow in the gutter. Last, the archers will finally get cleared. There's still one more war elephant partying in the base. Now mass wood gathering underway. Wait, did he forget? Yeah, he never played the deer. It's still all here, but he's got permanent food now coming in. And that's what makes this impressive, right? That type of dive is risky, but he got such a good exchange that he's able to now make the scary next step without threat of repercussions. Okay, I feel like what I'm learning from Orange here and from China meta is like, let's set up a lot of blueprints we don't complete. Now, kid, he's coming. Forward Siege Workshop. Is he going to treb? With an army this small, that's kind of risky. I'm not too crazy about that idea right now. Yeah, it's not exactly what I call for free. I've got a question for you. Which is better, Japan or HRE? Right now, HRE. I'd say HRE. Japan has been buffed, though. They're actually not as bad as people still think, even after the deer shove nerf. But Japan was definitely one of the hardest hit by that. There's some underexplored potential, but HRE still like has a crown. There's still a ban-worthy civ in a lot of games, whereas Japanese gets let through. The only difference is like water hyper maps. That's where Japan should have an edge, but like nowadays we don't really see Shinobi anymore. I think Japan's still in the let's explore phase, whereas HRE, although they've had some nerfs the early game, they also got a buff for the late game. They finally have a unique unit that feels like it's worth building. Challenging to get, sure, but if you can get keeps online, get Black Riders, it's powerful. After the game though, Delhi trying to get the walls up. It's not going to be fast enough. He got rallied away from what he needed to complete. So that's going to be a few workers going down, actually. Wait, no. Okay, that's... He doesn't sacrifice them completing the walls. Still loses them anyway. And that means farms are also about to get idled out in a position where Orange has barely anything at home to defend with. So good raid here by Yellow and absolutely needed when he was under pressure like this. But once again, these houses, man. The arrow fire is no joke, folks. It's 8 damage per strike. So 2 per hit, and you're going to be multiplying that by 10, 20, or more. So even though the knights are tanky, they're not going to find enough worth. Is it me, or is this game actually being won by these houses? I think without these houses, Delhi would have been in a really bad position. They would have lost probably an extra like 4 or 5 workers that dive, and then the dive before would have been 10 plus. Because there wouldn't have been a reason for Roos to come home. Extra farms now coming. So Yellow is at least prepping that late game economy. But he's early days. He's at 6 right now. Trebuchet count is only 1, mind you. It's not overwhelming pressure. But a good target going after the Golden Gate. I like that Yellow just gets all of the resources he can before it gets shut down. He doesn't want to waste time repairing this. Man, Orange, the cojones on this fella. Forward gathering berries, and now the keep drop to get the push through. All landmarks on this screen. He's played a game of noughts and crosses with himself. Wolf gathering on the north side is also soon to be discovered. I think... Did Orange check? Oh, he actually might have seen that. I don't think he had the icon. I'm wondering at this kind of is on the edge of vision. But it looks as if he did see a board disappear. And his timing could be perfect here, just to kind of shut down probably the most valuable food source that Yellow has going right now. He's going to circle around the back. Keep at the front side, though. Horsemen. Okay. The crossbows are the solution. Horsemen, not so much, but this castle, I don't think he can get it up. Look at the damage! Expos, they clear it. Skull's now with the chain heal. It's a full Hodor moment. If the elephant goes down, this is going to be a fail. And it's dead. He gets through the Ellies. Scholars are trying to body block. More villages to be pulled, though. Orange is not going to let go of this. So the castle is going to go up, but the price is most definitely going to be high. Roos now with almost a 20-worker lead in this game. Damn, that lights the fire, right? Like, you have to go now as Orange. I'm not sure you can really play a full macro game. You've got Sacred Sites locked in, but that's a 10-minute timer. More Trebs would make sense here. Even more so now, because your opponent went mass crossbows, which can't really dive a keep. How does yellow rock this? Well, he's getting a lot of leeway on the flanks, actually. The knights, oh, they did get in. They got 5 worker kills. Took a long time, though. Was he waiting until they were fighting to do that? That's incredible awareness if he attacked them when he was being dove. It's not easy to micromanage multiple fronts like that, even if it is a simple A-click. It's easy to forget when you're being pressured the way he was. But one landmark down, second trebuchet now coming in. And this is the snowball effect that Roos needs to take out to keep fast enough. Meanwhile, Orange, he's finally realized he should be getting more siege. Second trebuchet's on the way. He's starting to hold some resource in reserve, but I'd be very surprised if we're looking at an imp rush out of the Delhi now. Very surprised. The ambition on this man. Village fortresses on the unconnected keep. Yeah, we haven't got Wi-Fi, so the mosque needs to be placed for you to get the research rate that you have elsewhere. Still, I'd love to see him actually just garrison a scholar here. Sure, he can't always afford trebs in his eyes, but when you can get them out much quicker. I don't think Orange can stay here, guys. Yeah, he's not gathering stone. So he's going to lose the castle, at which point this is not a horrible position. Right now, the only reason the Orange is allowed to stay here is this castle. The 38 crossbows can't contest that. But the moment it's gone, I don't think this army's that threatening. Especially considering that yellow ticked all the right boxes. Crossbow Horseman is the counterplay. Horseman that he can afford in oodles and boodles. 35, almost 40 farms now. Castle. It's going down. Damage has not been done amply here. Yellow looks to make his move. Orange. Wonky position to find himself in. He's not ready for Imperial. He's far behind on workers. You can't really fall back from here, but how do you go in? With great difficulty, I think, is the only way I could describe it. Crossbows are going to forward. Horsemen reveal themselves. Those ponies, they dragged all the attention back. He needs to dodge the tower elephants with the crossbows. It's not a good trade. Yeah, actually, the horseman fell a little bit too fast there, but he can at least take out the war elephant. Stands his ground underneath it, in fact. And I said he can take it out, but wait, is he attacking the tower elephant? Oh my god, he's A-clicking. Yellow. He's losing his nerve. 29 crossbows and falling. War elephant's still alive. Tower elephant has more than enough ranged armor to not care. And he just pulls them back, heals them up, sends them in one by one. I can't believe he just done that. Orange, he's winning this game. This is ridiculous. Sure, like the siege, you know, he lost the castle. Who cares? He's got 4 trebuchets. You can't reach them. He's got elephants to headbutt buildings. You can't walk away. And the mango hit comes in perfectly. Crossbows in shambles here. There's no brakes on the Delhi train anymore. Repair crew got in on the town center before the dive came in. But I don't think they'll be able to do it ever again. Yeah, and there's just no resources to rush Imperial Age. Oh, there's something so right about watching someone build all their landmarks on one screen and then lose to a landmark win condition, isn't it? It definitely feels like that's the thing it's going to lose to. Definitely need to address this Mango. It's getting a bit too much value on the flank here, even though it's unguarded completely. And the Tower Elephant is now reacting. He comes forward with the Relic. Oh, God. Yeah, he's waiting for the repair crew to try. He's got double... This guy is styling right now. He's like, I don't need this gold anymore. This game is over. Just tank the Mango shots, sir, please. What a flex at the end. All right, I like this guy. I like myself some Chinese Age of Empires 4. These boys delivered. What a cool play. The Delhi treble in. Still just one relic on the ground. He's like, yo, you gonna eat that? Because I could really just go for one of those right now. Oh, Mango. That's correcting time. The problem is, like, your opponent doesn't need to dive you anymore. It's a high trade house at half HP. It's 5 trebuchets. You need to dive him. The only upside right now is that Orange is having too much fun to end the game. He's attacking the units with the trebs. Uh-oh. Horseman. We'll be able to pinch a freebie. War Elephant's going to be able to protect the rest, though. And there's the Warlord to guarantee it. Spearman with the dive in. Yellow not paying attention? What? Alright, that just made it easier. How has he not just taken out the landmark yet? It's just there in range. Dude, you got to be careful playing with your food like this because it was 2 TC behind this, right? It is mass farms. I think he's safe, but like this is just entirely unnecessary, right? just win the game. I do believe this one is over, though. Like, he's actually sniping mangoes with trebs. Oh my god, this guy. Should remove elephant from the game? Oh, wait, that's elephantus. That's elitus. Wait, that's elitus. Hey, there we go. Alright, I think he's ran out of other things to target now. The trebs have finally, through A-clicking, found their way to the win condition. Let me know what you thought about this game, though, guys. Interesting to see two new names, should we say, unknown people in the 1v1 at the top of the ladder. Let me know if you want more of these guys, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. Yo, the houses in that game? Dude, houses came in clutch. Most underrated deli tech. Changes everything. I guess, something like that. Not the standard biome. So actually it is. It's a pub game. The thing that people, I think, quite often don't realize with the pub matching system is that the way it works is that you can spawn 3 different biomes per map. So every single map in rotation is allocated 3 potential biome options that you can choose from. I think it's quite cool. It's quite quirky. Yeah, I hope that that illuminates it a bit for people. God damn, I'm so hot. I'm weighing up whether we keep going or not. I mean, we've been going almost, what, 5 hours? Have we drained the games available? Maybe? I don't think there's too much more to watch right now. Keep going. If I keep going, I'm gonna need to go eat anyway. Just having a look at like who there is playing. Divine Embrace 2. What on earth is that name? Go eat, come back. You guys always say this. I just said like I gotta get ready to go to London. I haven't even packed or anything. Oh, this person's diamond. Poor guy. Myriad's a bully. Report him. I haven't done my packing or anything. Oh. I build TCs in peace. Did we ever figure out who this was? Wait, isn't this Don? Yeah, this is Don. Because you replaced it, said it was trash. I mean, was I wrong? I didn't call them trash. You just assumed I called them trash. This sounds like a self-confidence issue to me, okay? This ain't on me. Dog, this is on you. I think if there was like more series to cast or stuff like that, I'd keep going. I definitely need to eat is the thing. I really should eat. Guys, okay, look. I would love to stay and play and la la la, but I'm going to call it. And the reason's this. I know I'm not going to be here Thursday, Friday, but I will be here for EGC on Saturday. I've then also got a cast on Sunday. I'm technically doing work when I'm going to London anyway, although I'll be having some fun. And I want to spend a little bit of time with Freya and Ezra because, like, they're going to go to bed in 2 hours. So, like, if I go and I eat and then I come back, they'll see me for, like, 30 minutes and that's it, which I'm not okay with because I'm going to be working, like, on Saturday and Sunday. Like, I've got work as well, right? So, yeah. Sorry, guys. But I will be back Monday, okay? So we'll be back stream Monday. I'm going to try to see if I can organize some show matches, which I think we'll have greater success with because this weekend is elimination week. People are going to be getting slashed, gashed, and cut off from EGC. So with that wallet then closed, they're more willing to just play show matches because they don't need to be secretive, right? Which is great for us. So yeah, like I'll aim to set them up. That does mean we won't have Hims Cup on Friday because I'll be doing this thing in London. But we'll have Hims Cup next week. It might be the last Hims Cup. I'll have to check the scheduling, but I think that's the last Hims Cup possible. Yes. Yeah, so we done 9, so that'll be 10th. That's actually perfect. So 10 Hims Cups in total. We'll have that next week. But I'm going to get ready to end the stream. Reminder, if you need to entertain yourself, we've got plenty of YouTube uploads. We upload daily. The VOD's over there as well. All the content you need to keep you entertained. There's plenty in the backlog from the past that's entertaining and more coming up. But I'm going to get ready to round it out. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream. I will see you all either on EGC's chat on Saturday or back here on Monday when we should hopefully be able to line up maybe a show match or two.